for a few seconds. So I'm trying to contact sir. Sir is back.
Am I audible? Sir, am I audible over here?
Yes. I suddenly got quiet, so I got worried.
Yes, there is something problem with my net, sir. Today, because of the rain, is probably my net is not.
Couldn't have a reason.
It's not supporting me properly. Let us hope how far we will run it. Okay, we are again here, and my dear participants, we are humbled and blessed to have with us this afternoon Professor Amal Madan with us. So without wasting any time, I just request you, sir, please take over, and you can share your screen also, sir. Am I audible, sir? Sir, am I audible? Fozia, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Professor Madan. Professor Madan, sir.
So actually, sir, I think sir has lost some connection with this.
Okay. I'm also. ऐसे मेरी भी हालत आज खराब है. पता नहीं आज नेट नहीं चल रहा है.
So there is some इसमें snag आ रहा है कुछ, so it's disconnecting after a few minutes. So sir, I think Dr. Madan has left.
अभी आ
Maybe
जाएंगे.
because of this internet problem.
हाँ, yes. अभी आ जाएंगे, कोई बात नहीं.
So they will join soon.
अभी रहिए वहाँ, आप रहिए.
Yes, sure, sir, sure. We sir, हम लोग यहीं पे.
ये तो गड़बड़ हो गया है. मुझे वो शायद Sir, sir, am I audible to you, sir?
क्या हो रहा है?
पता नहीं सर क्या बात हो गई, आपका कनेक्शन कट गया सर।
मेरा कनेक्शन कट गया।
जी जी जी, आपका, आप यहाँ जूम से ही भाग गए सर, हम आप ही का इंतजार कर रहे थे। नाउ यू कैन स्टार्ट सर, यू कैन स्टार्ट सर नाउ, यू कैन स्टार्ट सर नाउ। Yes, yes, it is there. It is there, sir.
प्रेजेंटेशन कहीं दिख रही है क्या आसपास सर कहीं?
जी सर।
हाँ
हाँ जी सर, आपका स्क्रीन आ रहा है।
आ रहा है?
जी जी सर।
राइट, not that I am myself sure about it.
सब ठीक होगा, उम्मीद करते हैं सर ठीक होगा इंशाल्लाह। यस सर।
चल रहा है, हाँ लग रहा है, हाँ शुरू
जी
हो
जी
गया।
जी जी सर, जी सर, जी सर। यू कैन गो अहेड सर।
I don't know what happened. Yeah.
You can go ahead, sir.
So here we are.
Yes, sir. First slide.
I don't know what are the hiccups, but I think we'll have to live with this. This is the time when we say that we have been in the best of times, and it was the worst of the times.
Yes, sir.
It's supposed to be the age of wisdom, but it is also the age of foolishness, which is all around us. I think it was an epoch of belief. We have been through it. And it is an echo of incredibility. It was the season of light, and today we are having the season of rain.
Yes, sir.
And I suppose this season will lead us to better communication. I'm thankful to you, Dr. Pampori, for having afforded this opportunity for me.
It's my
As a
pleasure.
matter of fact, that it was a very enjoying interaction, because you had given me a lot of choices to speak on. I would see that my topic keeps on changing, and so I enjoyed myself getting through a series of enjoyments in terms of applying myself to what really should be the best to be spoken to you on this occasion. And you are talking of achieving zero hunger at 2030. I'm also thankful to you in person and your organization that you found it, I would say, opportune to be interacting with me and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this very important topic, particularly with respect to the livestock farming. Finally, the thing which I'm supposed to be addressing, I put it to smart livestock farming, and as you wanted it, an inevitable approach to alleviate hunger. So as you can see that from the topic, there are three different parts with which I have to go on to. We have to talk about the smart livestock business, smart livestock farming. I have to talk of the approach to which we have to go over, which is supposed to be a very challenging thing. And finally, we have to go over to the means and methods by which we should be able to achieve this hunger control. And for this, zero hunger challenge, the challenge asserts that hunger be eliminated in our times. It requires a comprehensive effort in a system mode to ensure that every component contributing to hunger is addressed comprehensively. And that's where the difference is, probably that our approach earlier has been piecemeal, that we have been approaching it on one angle only. But today, what I intend to be talking to you is going comprehensively over into this issue of challenge 2030. And it is not just a matter of food. When you say hunger, as a physiologist, we fully understand what it is. It is a physiological system functioning where we get an intimation from our higher centers in the brain that you are feeling hunger. But hunger is not just about food. What we are talking today about is, we give it a challenge. We're talking about poverty, we're talking about economic equality, health, education, social justice, welfare, and rights of women and girls, and of course, on top of it, climate change. It is important that we should know our world, which consists of all these facets which I have outlined above. To be understanding this very clearly, we have almost about 1 every 10 people in the world living under about 100 rupees a day, and over half of the extreme poor living in Asia just around 30 rupees a day. And the extreme poor, that's 413 million in Asia, and 328 million children are living in this extreme poverty. 75% of the world's poorest people live in these areas in which we consider rural areas and depend exclusively on agriculture for their livelihood. 50% of the hungry people are from the farming families. Globally, at least there are 2 billion people where the drinking water shares are contaminated. 785 million people lack even the basic drinking water services. And when we go to about 5 years from now, half of the world population will be living in water-stressed areas. Each year, around 297,000 children under the age of 5 die due to diarrhea. Poor sanitation and contaminated water are linked to the transmission of diseases. And therefore, that what really causes the situation of which I have spoken to you. First is that hunger is strongly interconnected with poverty, and it is connected with household food insecurity. It also is due to unsafe environments. And because of we have no access to quality water, sanitation, and hygiene. And there is unavailability of health services. And above all that, one of the greatest contributors to our hunger, as we understand, is about education. There is also a conflict between hunger and undernutrition. And also we know that the economic climb down, which we have recently suffered with due to COVID, and also food availability and decrease people's ability to access food. Climate change and these economic downturns are what are causing this situation. And therefore, what are the basic indicators? If we are today saying, as we do, that we are very, very low, and as far as India's standing in the world hunger situation is about 102 out of 117 countries, which has been spoken of by several speakers earlier. It has been very well elaborated, and I did not go about that. Let's put up these 4 basic indicators which this global hunger is being evaluated. Child mortality, undernourished children, wasting of children, and child strength. Therefore, that when we look over into our own systems, it is, as a matter of fact, in our country, and we know that we have what, millions of tons of food stored. There is more than enough of food produced in the world, and there is enough of food available in the country, but still about 690 million people worldwide go hungry. Small farmers, herders, and fishermen produce about 70% of the global food supply. But they are the vulnerable people, and they suffer the poverty and hunger most. Conflict is the major driver of hunger. United Nations estimates that 122 million of 144 million stunted children live in countries affected by conflict. And we can go across the globe and identify several of these countries, which I need not name. Almost every one of us understands every country where there is conflict, whether it is in our neighborhood, or it's far down in Africa, or in Latin America, wherever we have got conflicts, we find that the children remain stunted. 14 million children under the age of 5 worldwide suffer from severe acute malnutrition and severe wasting. So we understand, number one, hunger as distress associated with lack of food. And lack of food means that we are undernourished. And nourishment means that if we get about 1,800 calories per day, that's for an adult person, about 1,300 to 1,200 for an growing child. Undernutrition goes beyond calories to signify deficiencies in energy, protein, vitamins, and minerals. And it is here where we here in the country are most affected in terms of deficiency in energy, in protein, minerals, and vitamins. Whether it's our livestock or it's our human population, the situation is the same: energy, protein, and minerals. And there is, we give something to eat, but this is broadly between undernutrition and overnutrition. We may have some of our population problems with balanced diet, and we are having some animals also. Animals, for example, those who live as pet animals, often we find that there is a situation of overnutrition and problems of unbalanced diets on them, and several maladies going on to them. But large population of our bovines, of our monogastric and polygastric animals are under malnutrition. And that's why when we find that our livestock is in malnutrition and undernutrition and in a semi-state of hunger, it means that our food security is also rocking. And therefore, the human population does not have the right type of food security available to them. 9.6% of all our children between 6 to 26 months of age are given minimum acceptable diet. Wasting rate is about 20%. And children's stunting is very, very large, 7.9%. And these two figures are most critical for us, because the person, when he reaches an age of 14 to 18 and goes over into adulthood, that it is at that time no amends can be done to the state of its body development, the state of its physiological functioning. And that's how we see that we often have the poor functioning of our adult people. We have had a large number of villagers who have not attained what we say the physical and physiological maturity. So it is here. Why does it happen? We have to understand. And it is in here why livestock is getting very clear signaling that there is a factor behind this poor nutrition which goes over to this human population. As a matter of fact, we used to talk of having livestock as the one which is giving us and providing us the road. I believe today the roads have changed into highways. And when we are today talking of really contributions from livestock, I will consider that livestock is on a highway. And together we have to deal with this situation by putting this livestock in a real sense on a highway and not on small pagdandis or roads. And how we will do that? And that is through sustainable development, the total agriculture, which will bring food security, nutrition. And that's where the role of livestock is. Small farms, after keeping only a few animals, produce up to 80% of the food consumed in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. This is a point which has often not been considered. And that's how, if we have livestock has to alleviate hunger, my dear friends, small farms, which produce almost 80% of the food, needs attention. The livestock sector today, therefore, is the one which is today world over occupying about 40% of the agricultural GDP. As a matter of fact, that it's rising. From 36%, it went to 38, 40, and now the latest UN figures bring it over into that it is getting even larger than that. It is getting over into 44 and in 45. And those are the figures which give us certain challenges. Around 1.3 billion people depend on livestock for their livelihoods, among which 600 million are farmers. 24 billion poultry birds, 1.0 billion cattle, 2 billion sheep and goats, and 1 billion pigs are the ones which are stemming this nutritional sustainability. Of course, livestock is the largest user of the land resources. And about 30 to 40% of the global arable land is used to grow feed crops. However, when we talk about our own India, it's a very small portion of the land, arable land, of 144 million hectares, that which is used only about 4% exclusive for producing feed from livestock. So that's how our livestock production system has to be understood much more intimately. And probably those people who talk too much about this livestock and hunger need a little understanding of how this livestock working system works here in India. At the global level, it's a different situation. At India level, at the Asia level, we have got small farms, often keeping only a few animals, and produce 80% of this food consumed. Land-based system still provides a large share of total livestock output, whether it is beef or veal or pork or poultry. Globally, pork is the most important meat source, 72 million tons, followed by beef and veal, 53 million tons, followed by poultry, about 43 million tons. The vast majority of production is provided by a mixed system. The importance of mixed system or suppliers of livestock products is expected to continue to grow in future along with landless monographic systems. So if we talk about this production system, we have to understand that to be really realistic with respect to the whole livestock production, it is a mixed system which largely contributes to the total output of animal products. And this is frequently ignored by policymakers, thinking in terms of mostly crops and not livestock. So the production value of the system and the perspective is lost. So we talk of poverty, we talk of hunger, immediately run over into the crops. But in fact, that where we have to really run to is the livestock. And the relative importance of different production systems in animal species varies markedly across the geographic regions in the world. These production systems, for example, in some areas, we have got the grazing systems are more important. Low population density, there is higher degree of urbanization. The salient issue is how can we capitalized on the benefits of the integration of the systems, particularly with respect to nutrient cycling and other environmental issues. And for us at the country level, that we have to talk of an integrated livestock production system. Why we talk of an integrated livestock system? Because of three major reasons. One is the landowners are the ones which are also having very marginal land. What are the livestock owners? They are the ones who don't have land to themselves at all. They are marginal or landless owners, and they own almost 59% for all livestock. And when we talk of the nutrients availability, that it is, whether it is in terms of milk, it's in terms of the protein, it's in terms of the nursing mothers, it's newborn children, or it is the question of supplementing the diets, it is all livestock products which come help. In terms of the protein, if we talk of the crops, talk of some pulses which are coming in, we are already very short in terms of total pulse production in the country. So now when a person always has an adequate availability and access to enough safe and nutrient foods, to maintain an active and healthy life, they are considered food secure. But we know that we have got millions going hungry, and this hunger is global as well as local and undernourished. If we say that different populations have got different type of undernourished and reported, and that is where the crisis level has reached. Why? Because there is a chronic undernutrition and severe food insecurity about 690 million people, and moderate to severe billion insecurity to about 2 billion people, and about 135 million people are in real acute food insecurity. People facing acute food insecurity get the assistance they need, their situation will not become as chronic. And that's how we assess present-day food insecurity for us. Just a few little things to talk about this. Why I am speaking livestock stems for food insecurity. If we talk the statistics and the factual details in India, 20% of the children have lower weight in terms of their height under the age of 5. Moreover, 33% of the children are too short as per their age. You can see that how we talk of this lowering graph, which is so concerning as far as our body conditions is concerned. And also the causes of hunger and the failure to invest in agriculture and livestock. Whatever investment goes over into the agriculture does not go over into the livestock. And the support of small farms has stunted the smooth sail of India, a fast-growing economy in the world. If today we have to take our pace in going over, it's not that the children have to join hands in sharing a bowl, but we have to provide a bowl to every child. And it is at this stage that I have a very important experiment to share with you. An experiment which two young Indians trained and educated in the United States in the university in Pennsylvania came over to India, and they have several challenges. And they wanted to find out how does a person live on rupees 100 a day, rupees 35 a day. And they actually lived and presented their data how they lived on rupees 100 and rupees 32. These are the two. I hope you might have seen this data also, because this made big headlines, and Prime Planning Commission and the government of India and almost the world over, the figures were taken. These are two young, enterprising people who were in the best paid jobs in the world, but came back to India and then thought of doing something in India and then wanted to experience hunger. And you can see that when we are talking of a nutrient budget with ₹100, that about 27% about is fat, and carbohydrate forms 57% of the diet. When it comes to a 32 rupees a day food, it's 82% carb. There is no protein, almost 9%, and 9% fat. Now you can see the nutrient which become available, the energy which becomes available to the population, and they are at such low level of earning. We also see the food budget. They worked out on the food budget, and they found out that non-food budget and food budget, non-food budget is far exceeding the food budget. ₹52 for 100 rupees and 48 for food budget. And in the food budget, that you can see that it is everything is taken care of, including the chai, the dairy, and everything, and even an egg over in there, and the fruit in there, and the distribution of how the total budget is there for 100 rupees a day. And same when we see it in terms of 32 rupees a day, you completely changes. It is the West of India. It's 7 rupees for non-food budget, and the food budget is 18 rupees. How did these people do with respect to their health? I think for 1 month each they did it, and they lost 11 kgs of their body. And this is what has to be understood. And the three main things which they pointed out in their own experiences was that if they are supplementing with an egg, with curds, with milk in their diet, they are getting a rich nutritional supplementation. And instead of that, if they have to spend on these things, their total nutrient budget becomes vitiated. And through this presentation, I want to bring home the point that whether it is under a 32 rupees a day diet or 100 rupees a day diet, what is critical is that what is the type of source of nutrients which goes to you? Is it the vegetables? Is it the crop? Is the cereals? Or it is animal products? And they have exclusively shown that how animal products are critical in terms of the total energy budgeting of an individual. And particularly they worked with women, and they found out that women eat less balanced meals as compared to women, and women eat 12% less protein as compared to women. The group person has gotten now a company of it's $1 million company to himself during the last 6 months. It is called Healthify Me, and now he is talking about providing health support to individuals. Therefore, we come to this point of having smart livestock production. What is the smartness in there? We are talking of innovations to increase production and productivity efficiency and forecast and mitigate our effects of environment. That's how we say of smart livestock production. And the pathway to this is a system approach. System approach means addressing the total system, to understanding the mechanics of resource allocation and output for optimization of production from livestock. As a matter of fact, that when we talk at a macro level, if we want to collect information on this in the country, the system approach, At a macro level, we have got some information. At a micro level, there is absence of specific scientific data about understanding about the vulnerability and biological responses to produce and to less availability of food. So therefore, our designs, production increase strategies, assessing the vulnerability and understanding communities, coping with the mechanism, and reviewing existing policies should remain of utmost importance. Not a surface thing as we have been dealing with, and we will not be going as an efficient, smart livestock. I've just tried to bring in here that the four major systems by which we hold our livestock in the country: the grassland, the mixed rainfall, the mixed irrigation, and landless system. This landless system is the one which is the last, which is for the monogastric production system and the ruminant production system. Now, in both the systems that we find that it is this landless system is having a collateral support, but that collateral support is grossly lacking. And therefore, that we see that the poverty is associated with both the systems where we have got the rain-fed systems and the landless systems. Poverty is more in there. About 9.3% of the total meat produced at present is in grassland-based systems. 36% of the landless systems and 53% of mixed farming systems. This is the world over picture. But please understand that globally, that it is a smallholder system which produces the 52.3% of the total monogastric meat. I have brought in the question of meat in here because often when we talk of animal food and when we talk of animal science and we start talking of the support to animal sciences, we have got several people standing up and accusing animal sciences and livestock because of, they say that because of it's a great fluent. And they say that because it eats up energy in the world at an efficient, a very poor efficient
Yes, dear participants, we have lost connection with our speaker. Please bear with us till he joins again. Be there, please. Am I audible to Professor Zulfikar? Professor Zulfikar, am I audible to you? Hello, Professor Zulfikar. Hello, Professor Zulfikar. Hello. Hello, Professor Zulfikar. Share screen. Sir Madan sir, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I was just wondering that it was not getting unmuted.
There is a problem. So we have basically one more speaker with us. He has joined from USA. Will you please share your screen and you just finish it so that we can allow him then to share his.
That we hardly got any time in between this thing. What we want to stop or what?
Just continue for 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes with us. Just share your screen, sir. Sir, Professor, okay. Dr. Abu Bakr, can you just unmute yourself? Yes, Dr. Abu Bakr. Are you there audible? Am I audible to you? Abu Bakr.
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, Abu Bakr.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, we have a speaker going on. Please tell Professor Zulfikar just wait for some time, 15 minutes, so that we can complete this first lecture. Is it okay?
Yeah, I need.
Yes, Professor Zulfikar.
Hang on a second. Sorry, I'm just.
Be please there. Be please there. Be please. Please be there, sir. You please be there, sir, and we'll be finishing it just now. आप सर चलिए सर, मदान सर आप आगे चलिए सर.
I was just in order to get faster at it. That question is that whatever our requirements are with respect to in the country, that we have that that I have just tried to list by 2030 because this was a very long exercise I did myself.
Yes,
in order to find out that what will be our need in terms of our milk, meat, eggs, and then try to work out and how this will go further. Global annual cereal production, for example, will need to rise this about 3 billion tons.
सर स्लाइड शो आप कर दीजिए सर स्लाइड शो कर दिया. हाँ हो गया सर. चलिए ठीक है सर.
And if we say that for our availability of for this we will need, even if we have to produce some milk, we will need feed and fodder for that. So here it is a diagram which is showing that this is from the data from Bangalore, that how we will be able to, in terms of crop residues, concentrates, and the green fodder. Because these are the three basic ingredients for our feed resource to all the livestock. Similarly, that if we talk in terms of what is the amount of milk which will be needing at 2030, how we will go on to that. I have put it in red that where will be the meat per kg and milk per kg in the developed and in the developing nations for us. And this will be the requirement. And on that requirement, therefore, that if we have to work on this 2030 business, that we have to see that what is the available which we have got today. Today, probably that India needs more fodder and health care to prevent cattle starvation and deaths. Because you can see that the fodder is already very short. And the diagram below in here, at average value, if we put it to 7.5, you can see that several states, including Jammu and Kashmir, Jharkhand, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, Odisha, are very poor as far as the availability of the dry matter for cattle against the minimum requirement is concerned. So, on one hand, if we talk of jumping over into that situation of 2030 make it hunger free, I don't think that we should be preparing ourselves from that in the fashion when we know that we have to first fill up these requirements. And that's how what we see, that we need to really, our numbers, they're increasing by 18%. And while kids, about 90%, the kids go hungry. And the government has to plan that instead of going these animals onto the heaps of the garbage, that it's that we have to go and put them in to take care of these hungry cows as well. And for this, there is two types of these approaches. One is that we are talking of the modifying the physiology, and then animal modifying physiology, or in other words, that what we say biocapacitating. And we know that animals have got their capacity. We have a list of these animals over in here, which have got the capacity and acquired capacity over a period of time. For example, a rat in the desert does not need water to drink. Similarly, there are camels, they're in the hot desert, cold desert, hot desert. We have got the mountain goat. You must know that how it is produced. So the behavioral strategies, environmental drivers affect the body function and the neural control and thereby movement of the animal. So on one hand, our approach should be here. And on the other hand, that we should have competition of resources, land, water, climate, and also concepts of nanotechnology and artificial meat going along. And this, to cover this, we have to ride over the evolutionary trend, potentiate the animal system to higher production. And for that, we'll need designer animals. We'll have to design animals first, and for health and for production. But why designer? Because we know that we have to have an animal of a particular body structure and function, and for a performance and production, in which will involve gene technologies and anatomical and physiological manipulations. Earlier on, it used to be done on the natural side, and we used to talk of crossbreeding and breeding, and we used to bring about heterosis effects and mixed breeds, and we used to talk of the best traits. And therefore, that out of that, we used to get out an animal evolving over a slow process. This has now gone over into the genes and traits, where we are talking of body composition, gamete production, fertilization, litter size, growth rates. For these, they are all, we have now a genetic approach. Milk composition, synthetic milk production, skin and hair modification, fiber modification, and then health and then welfare. So these all are because of various technologies, gene technologies, by which we can bring about these alterations over in animal system itself. The greatest of them is that what we talk of the embryo biotechnologies, of which we have been hearing about and talking about, that it is the whole genome sequence of the genome editing. For sustainable food, health, and nutrition security, through the livestock 2030, we have no other alternative but to take up these technologies. Whether it is in vitro fertilization, whether it is in the case of cloning or gene editing. Now, all these will give us an greater number of births, which will have a high producing progeny. It has already done it. It's not that it will. This is the superior producing efficiency and efficiency of identified traits. As is evident in here, you can see that from a single elite cow, in a year's time, we can produce 10 calves. And out of them, if we are using the high producing semen on them, so we will have excellent bulls, 8 to 10 bulls produced from a single cow in a year's time. So this is the type of perspective which we will be having. Then comes the area of transgenic and cloning of animals. And through that, we can generate large quantities of human protein, eggs, blood, and major factor, which is limiting, is the success rate at present. But certainly, in the years to come, we will have more, advancement in their success rate. And that's how that we talk of these bioactive recombinant human lysosome expressed in milk of cloned transgenic cattle. These transgenic cattle, where we'll have enriched milk, we'll have better muscle production, we'll be producing these animals without horns. These are our technologies that which are available on the desk today, and those technologies have been in use with animals. Similarly, for fish, transgenic salmon, which has had a tremendous growth, that it can increase its growth much than the wider type. And it is, if we start them feeding, these are genetically modified animals. You can see this transgenic produces about, the piglets grow about 500 grams more during 21-day lactation. And that's how that, similarly in terms of poultry, when we talk of egg production, there is a presentation to us. At one point of time, we had about 120 eggs produced annually. And here we are with 332 eggs produced from these. So this is the type of orientation which we want to give. Similarly, in terms of suppression of avian influenza transmission, genetically modified chicken. Similarly, tweaking of the genome and producing piglets from using this technology. And designing, controlling the quality, color, yield, and even ease of behavior of hair, wool, and fiber, and manipulating the quality, length, strength, and fineness of wool and hair fiber in the animals using these technologies. We can applications in designer technologies, and there it will be the biosensors, nanopistons, nanoparticles, and nanosensors used for detecting of ovulation, for reproductive control, for monitoring the milk, and also for monitoring the hormonal signals from an animal. And it is here that the animal is being used as a biopharma by producing chemicals for fish. From their materials are being produced, used for human health and for improvement of the animal structure. We go to profitable farming, and we talk here the precision farming now. This precision farming and smart farming reduce the greenhouse gas, facilitate product segmentation and better marketing of livestock products, reduce illegal trading, and improve the economic stability. And for that, there are several technologies which we have, which are available, for which we refer as reference technologies and tools for smart livestock production, precision livestock farming, and the stories about digitization and precision application of in India, South America, and Asia, getting more financial possibilities by more animal protein. And that's how that we have got the greater demand of livestock and livestock products today because of the availability. And we expect that by the year about 2500 to 2050, we'll have about meat, eggs, and milk getting about 70% increase in consumption. And providing this type of comfort to the poultry system using precision livestock. I would say that gene technology-driven food production is the one which will go along with modern super crops, and that is from these crops, residues which are available is the ones which our farm community is using at present. When our production becomes more and more, that we have to feed these animals better. And that's how we are looking, besides this revolution on white, blue, and pink, and feather which we have, the next revolution where the production efficiency will be most important, connecting the production and productivity. Whether it is the databases, whether it is the genes, it is the chromosomes, that is the plant whole which is to be taken into this consideration. It is in here that of importance to us is, for example, the art of cloning. That for the first time here in this country, you see all these calves, they're all clones, not one, 9 of them produced clones to a buffalo in here. And that too, this is an cloned bull, and it has been recloned. This cloning was done in Karnal to begin with. And then what we did with the cloning, the clone was produced not from the semen, but from epithelial cell of a semen. And then from that clone, subsequently, huge clone colonies there. And that's how, when we say that we want to bring about the productive improvement and productivity improvement, we need a large quantity of quality semen, for which we need this type of technology, where we'll have high producing bulls available. And these are from these cloned bulls, semen parameters, fertility potential of these cloned water buffaloes have been found out and semen derived, and it has been found out that they're perfect in terms of semen donation and in tested for their fertilization and fertilizing ability. Hence, I have to share this very important slide with you. Often that we are talking of modern technology is throwing us out of the board. Here in the country, we have several people standing up and saying that Punjab agriculture, post-green revolution area, has been, you see, a disaster in terms that we are spoiling the environment. But here is the data which I have been able to get over from Punjab, and I want to particularly for this session convey this productivity trends of buffaloes, crossbred cattle, and indigenous cattle. How we are finding in here in this graph, you are saying we are finding an increase in the production. And imagine that we are having these crossbred animals which are going from 8 liters in 97 to now about 18 liters in about 2020. Now this increase of 20 liters on an average production means we are having animals which are producing 63, 64 liters of milk per day. And giving this milk, where is the question when people start talking of the environment? That the question is that if we are putting in the proper management over in there, that is not only with the buffalo production also increase, and the indigenous animals, once we are able to provide a good nutritious feed to them, has increased. What about that in terms of the agriculture? You can see that when we talk of buffalo and we compare them in terms of their productivity and use them in a mixed production system, we find that both, whether it's a crossbred cow or a buffalo, a crossbred cow who at present has looking at this currently, that no, we have to go more towards indigenous cow, crossbred cow lifetime production and more profitable than we have got even our indigenous buffalo. Just wanted to bring into picture this, because when we know that today, that if we are having the projections of 2030, we will not be able to reach those productions unless we go to an average increase from about 6% annual growth in milk production to about 9%. And this 9% cannot be achieved if we say that we are simply grading up. And that too through a bulls who have not great difference in terms of productivity from the general population. So unless and until we have got high producing males, we have got and bring in that genetic aspect over to them, we should not be able to reach those targets. And to reach the targets, productivity is stagnating is a myth. Soil health is deteriorating is a myth. Indiscriminate input use is increasing is a myth. Pesticides residue level rising and agriculture income declining is a myth. All this is undone by the results which have been made available from the Punjab data and to a large extent from Haryana data. I would like to share another very important thing, which is respect to the Avishan sheep. You can see that by putting in the Barola gene in the sheep from east into Malpura gene, the future will have more lambs, more live weight, more milk, and better adaptability. And you can see that lambing survivability is 94%, weaning weight is about 15 kgs, birth weight is about 2.5 kgs. And you can see the prolificacy. Prolificacy is about 22 to 69%. That is this Avishan sheep, the new sheep which has been evolved. This is the first direct inferences. We are talking of the genetic on the field level have been used for increasing our productivity. It is these things that which give us the hope that we will have an productivity, support the productivity and capability of the livestock sector to rise to the occasion and to make us hunger-free. Finally, concludingly, no business as usual. When I said all this thing, you must have seen for yourself that you just cannot be having business as usual. It has to be different. Our approach has to be different. And I've listed that if we can approach that livestock is on highway 2030. A highway which will lead us to glory and applications of innovativeness, smart applications for innovativeness and capacity. I have listed several of them. And I wish I would have the logistics would not have taken the time. But I will just take a couple of minutes to conclude this, saying that we in fact are at crossroads today. When we are talking of feed and fodder, and we are respecting the health, we need to understand that feed and fodder is an situation number one as far as the country is concerned. And we have got a demand and supply, demand-driven livestock production, and this demand-driven is an advantage for us. Purchasing capacity has increased. But when we are talking of increasing the productivity, we must ensure that there is a better feed available to our livestock. So that if we say that food, animal, and climate technology adaptation, undernutrition and malnutrition, these needs to be both tackled. And we have got an input and output. We need to do a production equation. And it is here where the sectoral policies are very important. Allocations to the primary sector, agriculture happens to be the primary sector. Unfortunately, the allocations are not going over into the primary sector in a manner in which there should be interventions from the budget allocation, and particularly to that sector of the primary sector, that is the livestock, where the factor productivity is very high. Every 1 rupee put into the livestock sector, there is a benefit of 8 rupees coming back. Compared to 1 rupee, it's 1.18. So considering this factor productivity, there is a need that we should have interventions and budget allocations. And that is how it will bring about the empowerment of the poor, women, and children. Then technology delivery system. Innovation will need the reproductive technologies, sexing, and GM fodder system, soybean and maize. Pulled over, soybean and maize is being used, and it is the GM soybean and maize. And in fact, indirectly, we are also getting this into our country. But it is high time that our public opinion should force that we should have this GM fodder systems available in our country. And this will not be that we should be talking of One Health as well. Sustainability and profitability, remunerative quality production, processing, marketing, and value addition of indigenous animal food products. This was yesterday even discussed about this value addition. But those value additions where we are talking of, we should be talking of our indigenous animal products. And economic sustainability, give ready cash to the livestock. There should be livestock marketing and market microcredit insurance, low and medium income groups, and demand towards growth. In energy cycle, that means we should be local, and traceability issues, which will be very essential. There should be policy convergence. Today, what is happening is the livestock sector, we say there are so many ministries. We're talking of rural development. And when we say of rural development, we say impoverished farmer. And when we talk of impoverished farmer, we say this farmer who lives through livestock. So all programs are directed to, but unfortunately, there is no convergence. And this needs a course correction. And that's why this integrated farming system should be course corrected to have convergence of all programs. And that's where we will be needing the institutional support. Together, friends, we have to get onto this level highway, and we should be able to do away with hunger at the year 2030. thanks, enjoyed speaking to you in this area.
Thanks, Professor Madan sir, for your this thought-provoking presentation and sensitizing our participants and all others in this meeting about the livestock sector and its potential to drive the economy of the nation as well as to end the hunger. And what you have rightly said, it's a highway. We can see the livestock as a highway for 2030. It's really, it was my pleasure and pleasure of all our participants that you have been with us this afternoon with a nice presentation on how this we can have this livestock as an alternative to alleviate the hunger. And thanks a lot, sir. I will we'll have some questions. If you can please stop your screen sharing, sir. We can stop your screen sharing, sir. We can take questions, few questions from the audience, please. So we have Dr. Abu Bakr. Dr. Abu Bakr is there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Dr. Abu Bakr, you want to have some query? Yes, Dr. Abu Bakr. Dr. Sheikh Firdaus, please.
Good afternoon, sir. So it was really a nice presentation. There was some technical glitch. We're really sorry for that. Sir, I want to ask, in your opinion, do you think livestock sector can progress or can be our highway without the agriculture sector, sir? Independent from agriculture sector, sir?
Sir, Madan sir, am I audible to you, sir?
No, I didn't get it. Can I just
Yes,
get it back?
Firdaus, can you repeat it?
Yes, sir. Sir, in your opinion, do you think, sir, livestock sector can progress and can be our independent bread giver without agriculture sector, sir?
See that this is the basic conflict that which is running over into production systems where we are having the livestock being kept only for meat production, and they're being fed a high degree of concentrates, and there is where the voice is coming in that probably that it is disastrous to the environment and situations like that. When we see the developing world, that for example, in our country, that livestock is being fed not on concentrates, but it is on grasses, the crops, the crop residues. That's what I was picturing, that what residues we'll be needing for future, because we cannot at any point of time, as of now, completely shift onto a system where we'll be feeding only concentrates. So therefore, that it is the applicability of the agroecology and the production system, that's what I refer to, which is critical in bringing about a change in terms of the production increase.
Fozia Shah. Fozia,
Yes, sir.
you want to have
Yes,
some
sir.
query? Go ahead, please.
No, sir.
No query, you have raised the hand.
No, sir. I don't have any query at all.
Okay, okay. I think you have raised the hand. Okay, Manzoor is there. Yes, Manzoor, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, sir.
Go
So
ahead.
thank you. Thank you, Madan sir, for this beautiful presentation. I just want to know if we go for this sexed semen technology, that won't that reduce the burden on these feed and fodders, because that feed and fodders can be diverted towards the female or lactating our this female livestock. And one more thing, the slide in which you showed this Punjab buffalo versus crossbred cows, the net income is around 13 to 15,000 per animal per year. Don't you think, sir, it is too little for this whole year, just 15,000 income?
Yeah, I have two things to be speaking to you. First thing is that with respect to the sexed semen. You see, sexed semen to us will be a panacea because of what we're talking of is having a semen from a bull which has got a very high potential. And unfortunately, that what has been happening over in these recent times is that when we are talking of AI, we are doing AI at an extensive level, but the genetic difference between the parental breeds is so small that it does not produce an effect in the young offspring. So here in sex semen, we are trying to now see that we are having a high potential semen. And that's where the benefit is. And certainly what you said is there that once we have gotten males, not well, because they are no longer used as far as the agricultural operation is concerned to the extent they were being used earlier. Today, that at one time that animal power was about 53% in our agriculture. Today, that animal power is only about 4%. We are having about 53 lakh tractors being manufactured in the country. And they're all going for agricultural operations. So this use of an animal, whether it is for small use of an animal for operation, agricultural operations is almost getting reduced to nil. And therefore, that the male, it is no fun in keeping him for about a year's time. So through semen sex technology, we'll be ensuring that we have got a better availability of male germplasm. That's first thing. Second thing was about your Punjab example. The data which I was showing you was just to prove on a controlled situation in a university form kept under controlled conditions that what is the difference? Because it was often said that this is crossbred animal, that after 2 or 3 lactations, it goes off and it is no beneficial. But then we had to prove that what is the amount of total protein given by this animal? What is the total amount of liquid milk which is given to this animal? And what are the benefits in terms of the over year-to-year basis? In Punjab agriculture, for instance, those farmers who are having a 2-hectare land and are having 2 animals to go with it are per year getting a bonus profit of about 21,000 rupees in comparison to those who are not having livestock in them. As a matter of fact, they are minus 8,000 rupees. So the beneficial of this production system, I had today got this data from them. I talked to the university and I also talked to the vice chancellor there. I wanted to prove this thing that when we are talking of advancing technologies, higher inputs, more fertilizers, more type of water availability to them, that when we are talking all these things, we are saying that we have the potential to go higher up. And it is not that by using these inputs that we are spoiling our land, as has been often said in our popular press. So that was the point I wanted to convey.
Sir, one more thing I want to add here. Sir, do you think we should go for these improved breeds or for regions like Ladakh? Because they are more satisfied with the native livestock. They are giving less milk with less inputs. Due to the scarcity of feed and foders and the long winter there, I think it will be just overburdening them because there is not much demand for the produce also. So they are locally producing and locally consuming with lesser inputs. I think, do you think intervention is needed here, or it is okay in that they are whatever they have?
I think this is a question which I will answer by simply saying that some of us in the world over believe that India is doing well. It is living poor, but it is living. I have a different opinion. I believe in a different way. When we are talking of these animals which are, say for instance in Ladakh, we are talking of animals belonging to particular breed. When we are established and breed is there, we have to look to that afterward as a means of our rich heritage. And we have to care for those animals. And in their low input, low output system, it may be okay. But this person whom you are now saying that he is satisfied it, he is not really satisfied with a low output system. Now you see his own personal demands. Till now it was okay. He didn't have personal demands, but now he has personal demands. Now when he has got better income generations, now on that basis that when he needs a better remunerative animal also. Today, the same farmer who was thinking of having a small cow, which is very good for him, an Haryana cow in Haryana, was happy. But today, you must be knowing that Haryana today is having only 15% of indigenous cattle, which at about 15 years back was 50% buffaloes and almost 50% cattle. Today, it is 85% buffaloes, 15% cattle. And out of this 15% cattle, it should not surprise you, we have 12% which has crossbred. Now, what cattle you are talking of? Now, the same person who previously used to live by that small cow now has got this cow, and he is able to sell his children to school, to an established school because of the money he's earning from these 50-liter, 20-liter cow, from the money he gets out of that. But unfortunately, there are other things which I have mentioned. This money which he gets is very inadequate. The price he gets from the milk is inadequate. The resources he has to use in it are costly. So therefore, when we are talking of this, we don't have to look that we have to perpetuate this animal. And out in Ladakh, there is a small animal and there is a person, he needs only half a cup of milk. We need not to perpetuate that situation. That perpetuation of situation will not lead us to 2030. To do to that thing, we have to have a more pragmatic approach. For example, at the country level, we are saying that today we are having about 78 million livestock who do not belong to any breed. They are just, that nondescript, formally and officially declared. Now, for these nondescript animals, instead of working an 1 kg increase or 50 kg increase, to increase about 500 liters or 1 kg increase, it is better to look for them to 2 kgs increase. But when we are looking for the 2 kgs increase, we should also look for providing nutrition. And that's how we say, that's how I say that fodder production should become a priority with the government and with the people also. Because I have seen more personally, for example, in Uttar Pradesh, that those farmers who were poor, but we supplemented them with feed and by giving them only seed and told them you grow in your small land, your feed and fodder for the animals, that they produce a better animal and better profitability. So that is the whole issue has to be tackled in that way, not in thinking that those animals are poor and they need to remain poor. If they are of a good breed, an established breed, standard breed, we should breed pure and help them out. But if they belong to a nondescript breed, it should be a puzzle that we should put them greater milk in them, better disease resistance in them, better resilience in them, and better capacity to deliver a better economy to the animal owner. Because he lives.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. You are with us, sir, over here, but we have other speaker from UK itself directly. So I think he's I'm very anxious there because we have given him time 4:30 and we are it's roughly 5 now. So Professor Zulfikar, am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are.
Professor Zulfikar?
Yeah.
Most welcome to this webinar, sir. I am very sorry that we are a bit late over in our session over because of some connectivity problem today.
Right. I mean, do you want to reschedule? And I'm happy to have my office look at another time.
It's okay now. You can share your screen, sir. Before I formally invite you for your lecture, I will take your permission for your introduction to my participants. So I will just introduce yourself to my participants. Please be there with us. Dear participants, we have with us Professor Zulfikar A. Bhatta. He is basically a professor in founding director of the Center of Excellence in Women. Yes, in Women and Child Health and Institute for Global Child Health and Development at Aga Khan University, South Central Asia, East Africa, and United Kingdom. Presently, Dr. Bhatta holds the titles of co-director of the Center for Global Child Health at the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto and leads many projects as a senior scientist at the Research Institute in the Center for Global Child Health at Sick Kids. He holds a professorship at the University of Toronto in the Department of Nutritional Sciences and Division of Epidemiology, Dalalana School of Public Health. Additionally, he holds concurrent professorship at the Department of Pediatrics at the School of Public Health of Johns Hopkins University, Tufts University, Boston, then University of Alberta, and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He has his PhD from Institute of Stockholm, Sweden in 1906. He is a fellow of Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh and London, the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, London, American Academy of Pediatrics and Pakistan Academy of Sciences, elected fellow to the Royal Society, United Kingdom. He has, many, awards in his nature. He is member editorial board, Health Research Policy and Systems, WHO Geneva. He is a member editorial advisory board, Current Pediatrics USA. He is a member editorial advisory board, British Medicine Journal UK. He is also a editorial board. He is a member in the editorial board issues in the medical ethics India. In 2020 he served on a future for the world's children at WHO, UNICEF, Lancet Commission, co-chaired by the Helen Clark and the Awa Clark-Sek. He has in his name 1022 peer-reviewed articles, 102 book chapters, 35 commission reports. This is a little profile with me about the Professor Bhatta, and we are here really blessed and humbled to have Professor Bhatta with us from Toronto this time. I hope our participants will get benefited by his lecture. That's stunting exemplary globally these implications for policy and action. Most welcome, Professor Bhatta, and very good afternoon in this part of the world over here. So it's over to you. We are getting your screen. It's over to you. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So thank you very much for that absolutely over generous introduction.
It's my pleasure.
Unfortunately, we are running late, so I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sure, sir.
Okay. So it's very early morning here in Toronto, where I'm based, and I'm delighted to participate in this conference of yours. When Dr. Pampori reached out to me, I did not have much hesitation because my last in-person visit to Srinagar and the Jammu and Kashmir state was in 1986. And I have very fond memories of that trip, which was also to give a keynote at a conference. I have happy memories and strong links with your region. My late grandfather was the chief engineer of Maharaja Hari Singh's government. So we have strong family links. So it's always a pleasure to participate, even if remotely. What I'm going to talk over the next, I hope I will shorten this now to 30 minutes or so, is to give you some recent data and analysis of how we are looking at stunting change in countries worldwide through the lens of positive deviance. Which are the countries which have done in an exemplary manner? And at some point in time in the future, when we finish our work in South Asia, I'll also be able to speak a bit about India, where I'm leading an advisory group helping local institutions and scientists understand the differences between states. This is also something which has relevance to your work, because within this analysis, you will find a lot of resonance around what Dr. Madan was talking about: agriculture, food security, food supply systems. something that we know now in the wake of COVID-19 to be very important. Now, I'm presenting this work in my name, but in reality, none of us, particularly at this level, do anything solely ourselves. So I'd like to credit a lot to my team based here in Toronto. A number of them are postdocs and PhD students who have basically been leading this work over the last 4 years. And the reason why we led this work is because it's such a huge problem, and it's particularly a problem in our region. Close to around 150, now thought to be 148 million children worldwide under 5 years of age are stunted. That means that they're below their optimal height or a medianly acceptable height for age. And the global prevalence of stunting is around 22%. But our average in South Asia, where you are all based, is around a third. And in some regions, it's actually even higher. We also know that this stunting reflects a lot of change very early in childhood. So if you look at the length for age or height for age deviation across various regions of the world, and we are sitting in Seattle and Emerald, the green line and the red line, and you will see that most of that deviation is early. That these children, irrespective of how they start, by the age of about 24 months, have actually achieved their nadir of stunting. So they do deviate from their natural potential, their linear. Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, most of this pattern has been replicated over the years. And this is what we call as early linear deviation. Now, I've had the good fortune of working on this for almost 20 years now, and my group led a number of analyses as well as intervention reviews in the Lancet in 2008, 2013. We've just updated this, and the paper will be appearing again in Lancet Child and Adolescent Health sometime in the next few months. And our analysis at that time, based on your systematic reviews analysis, plausibility, that you could at best alleviate from that theoretical exercise about a fifth of all stunting, 20% reduction in stunting, with a range of 11 and 30%. And this was thought to be a bit disappointing at that time, because we knew from experience and we knew from examples elsewhere that some countries had been able to achieve a faster rate of decline than what the theory and what the intervention suggested. And that's one of the reasons why when we look at some of this change reflected in global trends in stunting, we find that some regions have done well. And although Asia has done well overall, it still ends up by the end of the Millennium Development Goals with around 24% prevalence. On the other hand, Latin America started off with 25% stunting in children under 5, has ended up with around 10%. So we do know that some countries are able to do faster. And that is the basis of this entire exercise of looking at those that have done exceptionally well, irrespective of their economic condition. So the exemplars process in global health aims to guide public health decision maker through real-time analysis of what countries have done, not the theory, not the models, and not something that is not based on actual real lived experience within countries. So we asked ourselves several questions. What is the unique value of looking at positive outliers, those that have done exceptionally well, irrespective of poverty? What role does GDP growth play in stunting reduction? Is it all about money? Is it all about economic growth? And what are the most critical drivers of stunting? And this analysis led us to design our study in a way to look at which countries had reduced stunting within the last 20 years at scale. We wanted to do this across countries using mixed methods and wanted to do a deep dive in 5 countries. I may not have enough time to go through all of those 5 countries, but I'll give you a summary of what we found now. For those of you who are interested in the scientific detail and all of this work has just been published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition as a series of 10 papers reporting on the methodology, the background genesis, and each of these 5 country case studies followed by a synthesis paper on the way forward. And it's all open access, so you're most welcome to look at that. They are all available online. We were guided by a technical advisory group, and on this technical advisory group, you will find virtually a who's who of people who've been working on nutrition, including my friend Purnima Menon from IFPRI, based in India, Cesar Victoria and Bob Black, Meera Shekhar from the World Bank, and we've received a lot of input in the process of designing these studies and executing them. So our initial selection process was to look at all of this overall by comparing stunting reduction between countries on the basis of GDP per capita growth between 2000 and 2015. And we wanted to identify countries which had had a large change and also met several criteria that they must be largely low middle income countries, they must have some geographic variability, and we could potentially work there. And from this large short list of countries that you see over here, we eventually selected 5, which we have now expanded to 10 in the second phase. But today I'm going to talk about these 5 countries that represent South, Central Asia, Africa, East Africa, and Middle Africa, and Latin America. And in this particular graphic, you will see why. On this average linear reduction of stunting on the proportion of annual growth rate of GDP per capita, with countries that have become very rich very quickly being on the extreme right, you will see on the y-axis those that have reduced stunting on an average of more than 2% per year. So let's say these are the exceptionally performing countries. There are some which have done very well. You see them here: Peru, Kyrgyz Republic, Senegal, Nepal, and Ethiopia, which is at the margin, but was an interesting country because it's one African example which they had from East Africa where they have done exceptionally well. And then you will find that we also have outliers, countries that have perhaps done so subnationally, and within this list would be India, Pakistan, Nigeria, that we are currently studying. So we use several analytical methods to triangulate our findings in these countries. I'm going to spend a minute or two on methodology. So firstly, we started with a robust systematic literature review of looking at what had happened within those countries and also globally. And an initial part of our work was very robust quantitative analysis using available data, representative data at scale and within countries. And the methodology that we followed in the quantitative analysis consisted of looking at equity trends, looking at slopes of inequality, and importantly, Victoria curves that I will explain in a minute. We looked at the distribution of linear growth over time and age, which I showed you initially, and a very important decomposition analysis, which looked at exactly what had predicted, what were the drivers of stunting reduction in these countries based on information available. On this basis, we then undertook some in-country qualitative analysis that also included program and policy analysis, and then discussed it with the country teams as well as policymakers to arrive at an overall synthesis. So this entire exercise has been quite engaged, quite involved, and is also underway in India. And on an average, one case study takes you about a year and a half to complete. There are obviously some limitations in the methodology because your best methods require data. In some instances, all of the data may not be available. And then, of course, you need to understand that nutrition, particularly stunting, is really not a disease or a disorder. It's a reflection, it's a condition, it's a depiction of deprivation. And therefore, you need to also engage other sectors, such as agriculture, such as economics, such as social protection and education, some of these social determinants of nutrition in women and children. Like everything, you need to have a conceptual framework. So stunting is affected by many underlying social, economic, political factors: human capital, issues of women empowerment, issues like age at marriage, intergenerational effects. And then poverty affects many of these things in one of many ways. I mean, there's obviously household level poverty and food insecurity, but there is also poverty's impact on health services, on nutrition services, and of course the environment. I mean, you are more aware than I am of perhaps what is the link of water, sanitation, hygiene. The current Indian government's major effort to reduce open defecation in India is a reflection of the importance of the environment and protection of people from exposure to germs and bacteria. And then more immediately, stunting is affected by dietary intake, reflected by food insecurity at household level, things that Dr. Madan was talking about livestock and other food sources, disease burden, particularly diarrheal diseases, febrile illnesses, and of course there's an element of intergenerational transfer. So each of these conceptual framework elements, we had to find metadata or data that reflected data availability in data sets. And as you can see, we did find them. across countries in a uniform manner to allow us to compare and come to some degree of conclusions. And that's the basis of the cross-country analysis. So these indicators in relation to height change or stunting change are summarized here. In some instances, you would get them directly. In other instances, you would get them indirectly. For example, we do not have diarrhea and pneumonia or ARI incident data in countries, but we need to get that from surveys which have looked at the last 2 weeks in terms of prevalence data. For food security, some countries have very good household level food security estimations by dietary intake assessments. In other instances, these are indirect measures using some very rapid tools. And then, of course, many of you are in a very hilly, mountainous area, a part of the subcontinent, and altitude, where you have extreme weathers in the winter, are a very major driver of food insecurity, which has seasonality. So we need to take that into account also. And a fair number of other indicators were derived from the broad availability and extrapolation and creation of ecological data sets in countries. So we analyzed these indicators and their proxies and also looked at their strength in terms of their correlation. And for most, the strength's pretty good out of 5, but for a few, such as food security, where you required household level food consumption, we just don't have good data across the world, except in a few countries. And I want to particularly point out something that's of relevance to us in the subcontinent. That you can see an estimation of birth weight in newborn babies. This is where many countries do not have good data, including India, including Bangladesh, Pakistan. We rely on proxy data because there isn't a robust birth registration and household level weighing system. So this is one of the weaker points in the data where we had to rely on size at birth rather than weight at birth. So these are the 5 exemplar countries that we looked at, and you can see that some of them, notably Nepal and Ethiopia, started off with very high levels of stunting in the early 90s or late 90s, and these are close to around 60-70%, which is massive. And they've been able to reduce it reasonably fast with average rates of reduction that you can see here of above 2%, 2.5%, 3%, and in one case, Kyrgyz Republic, up to 6%. But they still end up with very high levels. So this was a journey unfinished, and they need to do more. And there are others who started off with relatively lower, but still high levels of stunting, and are now at middling levels of 10 to 20%. So this is a universe of choices where we looked at, and you can also see that they reflect varying populations. So we are quite used in South Asia to look at countries which have hundreds of millions of people, or billions, as in the case of India. But many other examples in Asia and Africa have smaller populations. So they are on an average around 15, 20 million, with the exception of Ethiopia, which had a population of 100 million. And this is important to contextualize as we look forward. I talked to you about the linear growth deviation, and this I want to explain by an example of Kyrgyzstan, is the Victoria curve, which is the linear growth after birth. And as you can see, by 24, 36 months of age, in the year 1997, a large proportion of children in Kyrgyzstan had become stunted, or there was deviation. Excuse me while I grab a drink. And you can also see over time in various surveys how this linear growth improves. So by 2004, 5, you see some gains. You also see the linear growth changing by 2012. And in the survey of 2014, you find that there has been a lot of change over time in lifting up of this linear growth pattern. So this growth pattern change in countries that we have now analyzed gives us a good sense as to where change is taking place and how heights are changing over time for a birth cohort. I want to give you some specific country examples quickly. So this is Peru in Latin America, a country with a population of 30 million. And you can see very clearly that after about 2006-07, they have had a pretty rapid reduction in stunting. And this was reflected also by also experiencing a period of economic growth. And you can see that many of the indicators here of health and other indicators also indicate that they were just pulling themselves out of the quagmire of what low middle income countries have. And they were able to reduce this by region. So in 2000, you can see the stunting distribution. Many of these areas of Peru had high rates of stunting, which by 2008 and 16 had reduced down to just a few areas, which are largely mountainous Andes population, as you see in Cusco. You also see that they have been able to do so with a massive reduction in inequity. So in 2000, high rates of stunting in the poorest parts of the population. And by 2016, that went down to levels below 40%. And the gap between the rich and the poor also improved. And you see the same between urban and rural population. So truly a national level reduction and an improvement in overall patterns and justice, equity in stunting overall in Peru. We looked at their distribution across the Victoria curves, and you see this change over time as to how they lifted the actual starting point to some extent of where their babies were starting, but a lot of this change was later, particularly reflecting better perhaps child nutrition and better disease management over time. So by 2016, this curve is very different from what it was in the early 2000 and 2007-8. You also see that you have very little reduction after about 15, 16 months of age in their 2016 survey. You see this also in the distribution of height for age over time. So the wider the curve, this is the distribution pattern. These are the bell curve of height for age in children. And the wider it is, the greater the distribution. And children who are very stunted are at the lower end of this tail. And you can smaller. And this tells you that the entire population has been shifted to the right. And this is exactly what's happening in many countries as populations become healthier, as children become taller, and as also intergenerational transfer means that you have also greater height in girls and in young mothers as they become parents. We looked at what were the drivers and explaining this, and I'll come back to this in detail later, but you can see improving maternal nutrition, in maternal education, reducing fertility rates. I mean, altogether accounted for about 60% of all the stunting change or height improvement in Peru. So this is one of the reflections in drivers which affect social determinants, but you also see food security played a pretty important role with affecting about a tenth of all stunting change. And this was also related to economic gains in that country. So the primary drivers in Peru, you could say, related to household food insecurity, reduction, improvements in income, social safety nets, provision of health services, and to some extent, intergenerational transfer, much more than anything else. When you look at Kyrgyzstan, which is in our broad neighborhood, almost the same time zone, the major reduction in stunting occurred earlier on, between the late 90s and early 2000. And this was because after they became independent from Soviet Union, they had a massive, massive increase in poverty. And that massive increase in poverty led to perhaps what was a more acute change than a chronic change. And once they were able to improve things, their reduction was pretty rapid. And they've been able to continue on that progress, albeit at a slower rate. You also see this reflected in geographic distributions, that the most of the change in stunting took place between 1997 and the early 2000s. And again, to tell you how important equity is, that in Kyrgyz Republic, there was a massive reduction in differences between the rich and the poor. And you see this reflected also in geography, that by the year 2014, they have hardly any difference between urban and rural populations. And this is what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, by focusing our programs and our attention to targeting the poorest of the poor. Extremely important as we build the case for stunting investments. You also see this reflected in the height curve, that by now you know that from a very wide distribution in the 90s, they were able to tighten that and reduce the deviation. And in terms of contribution to what led to this change, no big surprise that you have a massive contribution of economic growth in Kyrgyzstan. as opposed to things like health and nutrition, because these things were already very good at that time in primary care level. But the major driver of malnutrition and stunting in Kyrgyz was that sudden acute economic deterioration after they became independent. And you see this, of course, reflected in the drivers analysis. A couple more examples, one more from our region, Nepal. Again, a mountainous area with periodic food insecurity. And here you see a slightly different pattern. So you don't see any sudden changes, you see gradual changes over time, but a consistent improvement in halving the rates of stunting between the 90s and the mid 2015. And this steady decline has also taken place in the wake of tremendous social political disruption. So Nepal, as you know, had a very bloody civil war with a Naxalite rebellion, and although the current government is Maoist, it had led to tremendous social disruption in the peripheries and interruption of services, which fortunately did not really affect maternal child health because they protected it. You see this reflected in some geographic change, but not a massive. There are still disparities that you see in Nepal. And my point in showing you this example is that not every country reduces stunting by reducing disparities. And in the case of Nepal, stunting went down, but disparities have not reduced. You still see major gaps between the rich and the poor. And you also see some persistent geographic disparities. Now, you can argue that had the Nepalese government been able to focus on the poorest provinces, province 6, for example, where rates are still around 50–60%, that maybe their gains would have been higher. And this is the importance of knowing data. This is the importance of knowing where you need to target. In the case of India, importance of knowing who are your worst states and where you need to focus attention in terms of reducing stunting and malnutrition, as opposed to doing this everywhere when some states are already very well off and have brought about change. You see this reflected in the change, and here, unlike many other countries, you see a very gradual but steady improvement in linear growth of their children over time, which is really quite impressive. And it also reflects in change in status at birth. So you also see that this curve is very different, that these children in 1996 were born with a height for age z-score less than 1.5 standard deviations, and over time, by 2016, are actually not deviated that much. And this change reflects also in the gradual improvement in the curve, although it still remains very wide. So what did I just tell you about equity? So Nepal can do a lot better by making this tighter. But while they have moved everybody at great effort, they still have a number of people who are below the optimal growth distribution curves. And this is reflected also in the contribution of what led to this change in Nepal. You'll find that a wide range of changes are reflected in this decomposition analysis. Education, economic empowerment, reduction in maternal fertility, and also improvement in education and maternal newborn care. Water, sanitation, hygiene, compared to other places, plays a much greater role in Nepal because they were encountering a lot of the situation that we see in the subcontinent with high levels of environmental pollution and low rates of toilets coverage. So I'm going to skip over Senegal because I've already talked to you enough about change, but you can see overall these country patterns are broadly similar. We looked at this analysis across countries to look at both data quality and also our summation. And this, to a certain extent, summarizes what I'm looking at. These 10 points that we have identified as the way forward, and this is going to be the new recommendation in the Lancet series also, as to what you need to do to improve nutrition. You need to start with high-level political support, just like you have in India and elsewhere in reducing childhood malnutrition. You need to have the data. You need to have the granular subnational data for decision-making. And then you need to invest in the social determinants, family planning, maternal nutrition, improvements in infant and young child feeding, diet qualities, making sure that children have adequate micronutrient intakes, investment in education, girls, particularly reducing gender disparities and improvements in living conditions. And you will find that all of these, across these 5 country examples, have not been uniform, but they play out in most. With the exception of Kyrgyz, as I've said, they were already very high at this level. And in our study, they did not play as much of a role as elsewhere. You need to reduce disparities, but every country was different. You will see that in Nepal, disparities did not change, and neither did they change very much in Senegal. So these 2 countries could have done a lot better in terms of reducing some of the inequalities that they see. I've already spoken about the height for age Z scores, and you will see that these patterns, although they broadly are similar, but their direction of travel and the way they achieved it is different. And many countries would need to do this according to their own situation. This is perhaps the most important slide that I want you to take home. And particularly in the context, because this is a meeting in which you have many agriculture scientists and people who come from the food supply system and nutrition, which is more than just human nutrition. So if you look at these 5 countries message, that in order to address stunting across these countries, you need to invest in the health and nutrition sector through direct and indirect interventions, but you need to invest in these other sectors because they contribute to almost half of all stunting reduction in these countries. And that's why I agree when people say stunting is a marker of deprivation rather than as a marker of nutrition or acute ill health. And these are economic improvement, education, improving food security, agricultural production, social safety nets that look at the poorest of the poor, particularly those who live in food insecure environments. And doing this investment in a concerted manner is extremely important for change. So our framework for producing this change reflects these 10-step processes that start with the diagnosis and then prioritization of strategies that scale within health and outside of health as well, direct as well as indirect intervention. So this is what you need to keep in mind as you develop your strategies. And this is what we are recommending in terms of what we need to do in various countries over time. This has huge implications for policy and policymakers. And as I speak, we are engaged in not only these 5 countries, but also in the additional 5 countries on negotiating how we can make this exemplar more user-friendly and policy-friendly. Thank you very much for your attention. I know time is short and I'm just at time, but I'll be happy to take a few questions, maybe the next 10 minutes if that helps.
Thank you, Professor Zulfikar. I'm really grateful to you. You have spared your precious time with us this morning at your place, and you have deliberated upon a topic very interesting about the stunting and some of the countries which have really shown better results in just toning down that stunting in their countries through various methodologies they have adopted. And you have shown us a 10-point formula, the other countries that can take up those for reducing the stunting. And probably I think India is also not behind. There is a continuous decrease. There is a linear decrease in that for last 20 years. If we say in 2000 itself in India, we were having stunting roughly 54.2%, and now that has reduced during these 20 years to 37.9%, which is today. Still it's large enough there, but I don't know what is the problem with the wasting in India. We're not going to decrease the wasting; it's rather increasing. Mortality, we have reduced it drastically from 2021 to 2020 now. But in case of wasting, we are lagging behind. Probably it's increasing rather than decreasing in Indian conditions. I don't know the reason there behind.
I can tell you. So we have also looked at wasting, and wasting is a different question. partly because our data on wasting in countries need to be a little better than what we have, because the sampling of wasting needs to be a little different for stunting. Wasting reflects to a large extent in young infants the fact that we have not been able to address the big problem in our region of small for gestational age or birth weight. So you see a reduction in wasting in countries where they've invested in maternal nutrition and also improvements in growth standards at birth. So I think in the subcontinent, South Asia in particular, we really need to look at wasting through the lens of intergenerational transfer and also maternal nutrition. So another area which has not improved very much is the proportion of women who are anemic and the proportion of women who have low BMI in various pockets. So wasting is a very interesting question. I don't think there's a net increase in wasting, Dr. Zahoor. I think what has happened over time is, firstly, our surveys have become larger.
It's variable. It's quite variable. It has decreased between, and now it has increased.
So I think it's a sampling issue also, but you're right. At the very least, what we can say is that wasting has not changed very much overall in South Asia, and it merits a lot more question analysis. I think we need to look at wasting under 1 year of age separately from wasting beyond 1 year of age, because they do reflect very different phenomena. Under 1 year of age, particularly under 6 months of age, wasting reflects things that happen before birth. And after that, it's more reflective of diet, disease patterns, and acquired factors.
Thank you, Doctor. One query I have there, a little query is there. When you are talking of a stunting, do you take this for a certain age, the height of a boy or a girl of a certain age, or it is a because we have seen in our state, this is my personal experience, that our new generation, they after a certain period of that age, say 13, 14, 15, they abruptly get, a very increase in their height. I don't know why. Yeah. And one probably how this growth hormone or citrus related growth hormone release is going to affect this citrus related.
So this has been looked at extensively, and you're right, there is always a growth spurt at puberty, and to some extent that is also related to nutrition. I just graduated a PhD student yesterday who's done her thesis at puberty and growth in girls in Pakistan. So there are a number of other drivers also, but stunting, when we talk in universal language, in children under 5 reflects what we see in children under 5.
Okay.
When you go beyond that, then you're looking at height, and we published also changes in height over time. So if you look at average height across the world,
that is
height has gone up over the last 100 years. I mean, so the average height of a Kashmiri today is very different from the average height.
Exactly, that's my
question. 50, 60 years ago. So that is a reflection of better nutrition, better environment, and better upbringing. It does not have a hormonal, driver. It has the intergenerational transfer element. So, for example, our analysis in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and it's been confirmed by analysis by Purnima from India, shows that of the major drivers of stunting, you have maternal nutrition reflected as body mass index, which is wasting, BMI less than 18.5. But independent of that, maternal height is a major driver of childhood stunting. Now, what does that mean? That means that the height of the mother is a major driver, but the mother's height is a reflection of her height when she was a girl.
She was a girl.
And a young child.
Yes.
And her mother's height. So that fact across generations is hugely important. And people think it's genetic. There may be some genetic element, maybe 5-10%, but rest of it is all acquired. And that's why the average height of Japanese when they migrate to the US goes up over time. If you look at the average heights of people from subcontinent, whether they are from Punjab or elsewhere here in Canada, their heights on average are very different from the average height that you have in their countries of origin. And that reflects intergenerational improvement. That's also one of the reasons why we need to look at nutrition across the life course. So under 5 is one big chunk, but also linear growth in children between 5 to 15 years of age and beyond. This is also very important, and we have looked at that. So people like yourselves who look at agriculture, nutrition across the broad spectrum, you should look at this also in the context of nutrition of young girls and young boys. And that's a very important group. And I would encourage you to do some systematic research on this in Kashmir. And you will probably find that there are secular trends, and there are also pockets which reflect a focused intervention.
So nice of you, sir. Thank you. So nice of you. We have with us Vijay. Vijay Hugar, can you just please unmute yourself, Vijay? Vijay, can you unmute yourself? Yes, Vijay. Can you unmute yourself, Vijay? Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Hi, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have two questions, sir. First thing is, how much percent of at what percent nutrition influences age of individual, sir? It means lifespan of individual.
Oh, that's a fantastic question. I think absolutely. For children, undernutrition is associated with about 45% of all child mortality, particularly severe undernutrition, severe stunting, severe waste. So it's a major driver of survival at young age. But you should remember, nutrition is a double-edged sword. You can have too little, you can have too much.
Yes.
And therefore, when you look at malnutrition, which is both undernutrition and overweight obesity, this is one of the most important global risk factors for burden of disease and life expectancy. In COVID-19, which has affected all countries of the world, including a major burden in India, if you look at a big driver of mortality risk, which are the people who have been at greatest risk of dying? There have been people with comorbidities.
Yes.
What comorbidities? Obesity, diabetes, and other chronic illnesses. So obesity and diabetes are directly related to body mass index and also directly related to metabolism. So in India, we have this very interesting and alarming situation with high rates of diabetes, high rates of cardiovascular disease and strokes, even in people who may not be overweight, obviously. And that may relate to body composition and metabolism. So to answer your question, nutrition in childhood, particularly very early childhood, is one of the most important drivers of chronic disease, uncommunicable diseases, and indirectly life expectancy. So that's one of the reasons why over time, as average life expectancy has gone up in countries, it has also been related to improvements in health, improvements in economics, and improvement in nutrition.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one more question I have, sir.
Please, we don't have much time. Dr. Mohi is there. Mohi?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah,
Thank you, sir, for this. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Sir, I would like to know what one-step intervention do you suggest to prevent stunting in Indian subcontinent? I mean, one thing where we need to strike so as to achieve maximum benefit. And what's your idea regarding the role of livestock products in preventing stunting? I mean, I have read somewhere if we provide one egg to a child for 6 months, it will not be remain stunted. And if we give for the first 1,000 days of
I got you,
child,
I got
child
you.
animal products,
understood.
animal protein, it will not remain malnourished. I would just like to know what is your opinion regarding this.
In the interest of time, let me answer this. So firstly, they say to every complex problem, there is a simple solution, and more often than not, it is wrong. So there isn't one solution, one thing that you can do for stunting. If there was one thing, I would say getting the political will and getting a leader in a country, particularly a popular leader, to put his or her weight behind eliminating stunting or reducing stunting to a low level. That's what many Latin American countries did with zero hunger. I mean, that one political strategy. So in India, just as your prime minister may have focused on eliminating open defecation, if there was an interest in reducing stunting and child malnutrition, That would be the one important step that we need for driving policy at all aspects. The second thing I would say is that absolutely food security is important, and food security is not just availability of any food, it's availability of balanced food and the right mix of foods. So many parts of India are vegetarian, and there you need to have strategies that look at optimizing the mix of what we eat. But in places where people can take, other animal foods other than beef, then certainly diversifying livestock, diversifying intake of animal protein, dairy products in particular, is an extremely important strategy. And it's one of those strategies that we have focused on globally in terms of improving protein quality intake, quality protein intake. So I think absolutely that needs to be a focus. And to some extent, the preceding speaker, Dr. Madan, was talking about that. And it should be very much part of whatever color revolutions that the subcontinent has, green revolution, pink, blue. Improving livestock, food availability and production is a very important part of this initiative. Dr. Pampuri, I have just 2 minutes, then I have to step off to another engagement.
Yes, we have one more there, probably Sheikh Firdaus. Are you there? Firdaus? Firdaus is with us. Sheikh Firdaus is there? You please raise your hand. Oh, we have lost the connection.
I will make an offer.
Firdaus,
if there are questions,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can receive them by email. You can send them to me.
There's one speaker only. One participant is there, please.
Sir, do you think that epigenetic things like smoking during prenatal life, like stress during prenatal life, has a significant effect on stunting or the height of and growth of the child?
Epigenetic factors have tremendous effect across generations and across the lifespan. So yes, absolutely. But they are not a single event. So yes, epigenetic factors include stress, they include exposures to illnesses, they include malnutrition in critical periods. So you're all well aware of the Barker hypothesis, which looks at developmental origins of health and disease. And Dr. Anura Kurpad in Vellore has done a lot of work on this. In Bangalore, has done a lot of work on this. So yes, the answer to that is correct. Exactly what quantum and which factors depend upon the local context. But you should always be aware of those. And one of the reasons why I focused in my comments on weighting and on the maternal nutrition influence is that maternal nutrition can influence many of these things that we see in children, both directly and indirectly. And direct effects are those that we measure with things like birth weight, etc. But indirect effects are the genetic programming, the metabolic changes that take place through those early exposures, and the switches, the epigenetic switches that are programmed differently in many of these individuals. So it's a very important area, but it's not the only driver. It's an important driver, one of many, but it's an important driver to recognize in populations where perinatal insults are just very wide.
Yes, no answer, sir. Are these changes quantifiable, sir?
People have tried to do this. Yeah, I mean, we have tried to quantify it, as you can see from maternal nutrition. But in terms of overall, in what proportion of stunting is attributable to epigenetic influences at population level, the answer is no. We just don't have the data to be able to do that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Zulfikar. Hina Hamdani, are you there? Fozia?
Yes, sir.
Please,
yes, sir.
Time to pay thanks to our speaker. I am really myself and personally, I am very much indebted to Professor Zulfikar. He has accepted our invitation, and he has, he has somehow tailored his time and remained with us this morning at his place. I'm really indebted to our Dr. Zulfikar Bhatta. Now it's time for your Fozia. Please pay thanks to our speaker this time.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir, and Assalamu alaikum. It's my honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks to our eminent and a great scientist, Dr. Zulfikar Bhatta, sir, who is working as a global child in Toronto and making, I'm talking about that how the countries can reduce that child stunting, and we have to learn a lesson from those countries, exemplary countries that are working on that. Sir, we are really thankful to you for such an impeccable and unblemished presentation, and the way you answer your the social answers to all the queries have been great. So we thank you, sir, for your valuable time and knowledge that you shared with us and sensitized all the participants, that are here on this training program, that how we can reduce this stunting. I thank you, sir, on behalf of all the participants in this training program, on behalf of faculty of SQUAST Kashmir, and on behalf of organizing committee, for sharing your experiences, your work, and your knowledge with us. We are really thankful to you, sir. Have a great day ahead, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
very
sir.
much, and I'm really very grateful to be able to participate. God bless you. Allah
Thank you,
Hafiz.
sir.
Thanks a lot.
Allah
Stay
Hafiz.
blessed.
Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you all. Be there, please. We have a validity function going on. Just now it will start. Be there, please. Assalamu alaikum to everybody. Very good afternoon to this session. In this meeting, the valedictory meeting of a training program. In the name of the Almighty, the most beneficent and ever merciful, I humbly welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nazir Ahmed Sukost K, and other dignitaries, the guests and participants in this valedictory function. Sir, you are most welcome in this, sir. Am I audible to you, sir? Honorable VC, am I audible to you, sir?
No, and it is quite audible.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. You have spared your time over here. We are blessed with you, sir, over here now. Before we formally continue our proceedings, I will request Dr. Fozia. Dr. Fozia, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Can you, yes, can you take over, please?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. I, Dr. Fawzia Shah, with core of my heart, welcome all the dignitaries, participants, and members of the organizing committee in this valedictory function of 10 days training program, Achieving Zero Hunger by 2030, titled Critical Role of Agriculture and Allied Sectors, sponsored by NAHEP SCOSK. I cordially welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nazir Ahmed, who is the chief guest of today's function, accepted our invitation to grace this occasion, irrespective of all odds. I'm really thankful to you, sir, on the behalf of all the participants and on the behalf of organizing committee, on behalf of all the faculty of the faculty and fraternity of the SCOSK, that you spared your precious time to grace this occasion, sir. I welcome Professor Azmat Alam, sir, Professor Tufail Bande, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
The participants have been sensitized by the eminent scientists and speakers from all over the globe how to achieve a zero hunger and what are the adopting strategies and various decision-making policies in their respective field of specialization. I like to give a glimpse of this zero hunger, and I like to add a little bit on what the food FAO in 2016 had said. There were only 38 million people who used to go hungry every day to bed. But this world, 38 million people, has raised to 100 million people in 2018 and 2019. Zero hunger mission means to reduce the what are the staggering figures down to zero. As we already know, it was the Brazil in 2003 that raised the alarming voice against zero hunger, and Food Agriculture Organization is helping since 1945, and its first mission is how to reduce the zero hunger through food security, good nutrition, poverty eradication, and substantial growth in the agriculture. Definitely, we have to be swing in action as the human beings. Why? Because we can do at our level. We can do how we can do. I can avoid food wastage. We can use the mix up diets. We can use healthy foods. We can take care of all the water bodies. Therefore, we can use the locally grown up diets. We can reduce the groundwater. We can use the clean water and recycled paper. Therefore, there are the various ways where we can reduce this zero hunger, and we can support the zero hunger. As all of us are on this social media, Instagram, Facebook, we can use that. We can use the social media to raise the alarming voice and the challenge to join the zero hunger. We can introduce the great personalities from various societies to stop this mission by making laws and initiatives that will help our planet to grow more food. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
So it's our turn to help at our own place. So I am really thankful to all the participants, to all the dignitaries who are listening me. I'm I'm really thankful to the professor and to the honorable vice chancellor to grace this occasion. I will take a leave, and now I invite Dr. Zahur Ahmed Pampuri sir, head of the division, and who is the chief coordinator of this training program, to give a detailed report on this, sir. Over to you, Pampuri sir.
Thank you, Fozia. Thanks a lot. So most welcome, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nazir Ahmed, in this meeting. And besides, we have with us Professor Amal Madan with us this afternoon. He had a lecture, and then he is straightway with us from 3 p.m. And we are also again blessed to have with us Professor B.S. Prakash with us. Most welcome, Prakash sir, Madan sir, and my dear participants, all the dignitaries, deans and directors of this course. Okay. I am here to have us, a brief report about the training program. In this training program, basically on achieving the zero hunger by 2030, that was the idea was put forth by Dr. Ajaz Ahmed Dar. And then I subsequently proposed 20 days training program with this theme, achieving zero hunger by 2030, the critical role of agriculture and allied sectors. To the university. However, our Honorable Vice Chancellor of the SUKAS K approved it for 10 days. And then at the same moment, Professor Nazir Ahmed Ganai, that's is the principal investigator of the project, that's a NAHAP, National Agriculture Higher Education Project. And then he was kind enough to sponsor this program. But initially we had proposed the lectures, our lectures from our university faculty. But again, thanks to Professor Nazir Ganai, he sensitized me that we should have resource persons of national and international repute. Then that definitely became a challenge for me. And then I started to hunt for those speakers of repute. Then it was not really an easy job for me to search for those speakers from different fields and expertise, owing to the global importance of this training program, of this training team, and definitely of my being of a particular field of animal sciences. So it was not easy job for me. Then I started Google search as usual. I started Google search for these resource persons. And believe me, I have contacted more than 50 personalities all over the globe. And ultimately, I could succeed in getting, with the grace of the Almighty, to mobilize almost, we mobilized 7 international experts, 10 national level experts, and 4 our own university faculty. So with this, we had 21 speakers or 21 lectures during these 10 days training program. If I can share my screen over here, I can give you details about the speakers which were there with us. If I can go here to my, is my screen there? Is it there? Okay. Is my screen visible there?
Yes, sir. Now it's okay.
It's visible?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
So our first day started on 17th August, and after the inaugural function, our first speaker was there, Professor Kadam Bhot from University of Western Australia, and his topic was Future Smart Food. Then our next speaker in this second half was Professor Dr. Nafis Miha. He was IRRI representative South Asia, and he was speaking from UK itself, creating sustainable value chains for food system transformation. Those were our two first speakers. Then next day, we started with 3 speakers on 18th of this August. We were having first speaker, our Professor Zuhur Ahmed Dar. He delivered a lecture on crop fortification for achieving the zero hunger. I'm sorry I couldn't get the web page of that lecture, because at the time I was basically playing his presentation. Then our second speaker on that particular day was Professor C. Srinivasam Rao, Director ICR NARM, and he spoke on sustainable agriculture practices for food security and zero hunger in India. Our third speaker of the day was Dr. Pooja Thale from Norway directly, Nelis Global, an NGO. From Norway, she delivered a lecture on redefining food security, why innovation is not enough. Then our third day, again on 19th, we were having a first speaker, that was Dr. Sila Dev, Additional Commissioner, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. That was my idea to mobilize the planners and the functionaries, government functionaries, which is the way if we wish to have, I mean, reducing the hunger in the country. We have to have support of the ministries also, planners also. Then our second speaker was Professor A.K. Srivastava, the ex-chairman ICARB, ASRB. He spoke on bumpy journey of food and nutritional security in India. Then on the fourth day, 20th, it was again one speaker, Professor Nitya Rao from University of East Anglia, UK. And then she spoke on the achievement of food and nutrition security in South Asia is deeply gendered. Then our second speaker was Dr. Zuhur Ganai. He is the alumni of SUKAS-K, but presently at Herbicide Discovery USA. Then he spoke on sustainable agriculture research and technology needs to address food security. Next day, it was 21st, again with us, Revered Professor Varaprasad from Kansas State University, USA. And he spoke on focus on sustainable agriculture intensification and small scale agriculture for achieving zero hunger. Other speaker of the day was Mr. George, and he was from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. And then he spoke on the role of agriculture, trade, and regional cooperation for achieving the zero hunger target. Then our next day, we're having our own these resource persons from the SUKAS-K, Professor Sayyid Masood Hassan al-Balkhi, the Dean Faculty of Fisheries, and presently the Director Education there. So he spoke on aquaculture, mitigating global hunger. And our second speaker was Professor Rehana Habib, the Chief Scientist, SUKAS-K. Then she spoke on citrus resilient crop production for sustainable agriculture. The next day, we are having our speakers, Professor Arpita Mukherjee, Professor of Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. So that was my idea to bring her here because she is one of the think tanks there. And I'm very thankful to her that she acceded to our request. Then our next speaker was Professor S.V.S. Malik, a well-known figure in the IVRI and the nation itself about this animal health, a prerequisite for better human health, One Health concept. And the next day, we were having Mr. Vijay Singh, food security and nutritional expert from FAO UN. So his topic was nutrition sensitive agriculture and food systems in practice. Then our next speaker was Professor B.S. Prakash, Senior Technical Consultant, National Rainfed Area Authority, New Delhi. The topic was role of livestock in alleviating the burden of hunger by 2030. And I'm pleased to have him with us this afternoon also in our valedictory function. And there is a really, we have some commitment with him, and he has come with some plan for the Sukkot, and that's why I have invited him in this valedictory function to have interaction with our Honorable Vice Chancellor and the dignitaries of the university. So he has some plan with him, so we'll be listening to him also. Then our next day was, our first speaker was Professor Arvind Kumar, Director, International Rice Research Institute, and he spoke from Hyderabad on genomic assisted breeding for tolerance to abiotic citruses. And then our next speaker was Professor Paul, the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences, and he spoke on livestock husbandry interventions for livelihood support, food and nutritional security. The last day, that's today itself, our meeting started at 3. At 3, we were having with us Professor Amal Madan, and he spoke on smart livestock farming and inevitable approach to alleviate hunger. And he is with us there, he's staying with us there. And then our next speaker was Dr. Zulfikar Bhatta, Global Child Health, Toronto, and he was with us just now, just few moments before, talking from Toronto, and his topic was how countries can reduce child stunning at scale, lessons from exemplary countries. These were the speakers of these 10 days program. And if I can summarize what we could achieve from all that during these 10 days programs, if I stand there where we in India stand, or I can judge those, I can reflect those as the strengths we have with us. That is, we are second largest in the world population with 70% of global share there. And at the same time, old age dependency ratio is only 8.2. It's also encouraging, it's not too much. Self-sufficient in food production with 2.3% world land. We are self-sufficient in food production, so already we are food secured, but we have the challenge there. And despite we are only 2.3% of world land, we are largest milk producers. We are second largest producer of rice, wheat, and sugarcane. Third largest producer of eggs. Exports of cereals, fish, seafoods, meat, etc. Positive trade balance in agriculture food products. 52% population earns livelihood from the agriculture. There is a rich biodiversity in the flora and fauna in our country, with 70% in animals, 12% in plants, and 10% in fish genetic resources of the world. At the same time, 15% contribution in the global economic growth. That's also an encouraging one. Then we have continuous decline in malnutrition, undernourished population, stunting, and child mortality. These are some of the positive things with India we have, but we have challenges there, we have gaps there. If I can go with the gaps there, we have their gaps that India ranked 102nd on the global hunger index, and index of 117. That's a challenge there, that's a concern there. And we have a score of 30.3 that puts our country in a scale of serious hunger category. At the same time, we have 15% population that sleeps hungry every night, 18% undernourished, 43% children malnutrition, 20.8 wasting, 37.9 stunted, 3.9 child mortality. These are all our challenges. 80% farmers are marginal, small, and 60% area of agricultural land that's rain-fed. 40% farmers are food insecure. Our producers, our food producers are themselves, they are food insecure. 40% food wastage between farm to fork concern, inaccessibility to food, lack of modern storage facility, high transportation cost, limited reach and market links, quality inconsistency, indigenous cattle population 51%, contributing only 21% milk production, 40% only 40% success in artificial insemination, import of animal and vegetable fats, edible fruits, nuts, vegetables, less export than the potential we have because of inability to adhere to the food safety standards and fragmented supply chain. Then if we can go ahead with addressing these gaps, we can make it, and we are able to do it, provided we will have to look into nutritional sensitive agriculture. That's our priority. We don't have the priority of food security. We are having sufficient food, but the priority is nutritional sensitive agriculture. We have to have nutritional security now. That can be achieved by biofortification, fortification, food diversification, soil enrichment, resilient varieties, crop diversification. These are all the, the ways we can address our challenges. Upgradation of local germplasm, identification and propagation of indigenous nutritious plant and animal species, integrated farming with caution, definitely with caution, because of the jumping of organisms from one species to the other species, like pandemics and all that. Then encouraging local production of diversified foods to be available locally, adoption of modern technologies and data analytics, that's very important, effective and precision irrigation system, development of quality infrastructure, storage, cold chain facilities, effective strategic and economics, transportation and logistics services, increasing accessibility to the food, minimizing wastage in food supply chain, organized food processing, value addition in food products, effective utilization of agriculture byproducts, which is only 20% at present, applying strategic interventions, awareness among consumers through target campaigning, then strict implementation of product standard specifications and food safety standards. This is a little about the training program. We have gone through, our speakers have deliberated on these all, subjects, on all these points have been discussed, all those strategies have been discussed, which we can plan. With this, Fozia, it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for apprising us about the detailed report of the speakers and gaps that we have to fill, that you have already mentioned. Now, sir, I'd like to request 2 or 3 participants for their feedback on this training program. So I have got already the names of 2 or 3 participants. So I would like, so please, as you are the host, so please just unmute. I will take the names. I will say who are the participants who like to say few words as the feedback from the participants on this training program. So please just unmute. Dr. Vijay Mahantesh, he's working as an assistant professor of agronomy in Directorate of Extension, Bagalkot, Karnataka.
Can he please raise the hand so that I can identify him?
Okay, sir.
What is his name?
Sir, his name is Dr. Vijay Hunger is sir,
okay.
the participant.
Okay, Vijay Hunger is okay. Vijay Hunger, please go ahead. Vijay Hunger, please unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead. Please.
Good evening, sir.
Very good.
Respected Vice Chancellor, sir, and all the coordinators and professors, sir. Actually, I came to know about this training through the professor, through one of the faculty from your university only, sir. Then initially I thought I was reluctant whether this topic is applicable to my field of science or not. Then later I realized that this is very important topic. Then I called to Pampuri sir. Then I forwarded our application. Then I got selected. The way the training was organized, it was very good, and even the timing was also very perfect, and it was giving enough time for us to do our office work also, because one lecture used to be in the morning and one used to be in the after 2 o'clock. Then all the lectures were very good, and I was not knowing much about hunger. Just I was knowing the definition of hunger, but I was not knowing so many science is involved behind this. Then how to tackle with our agriculture and horticulture. I was I got very much knowledge about hunger, and since I am working in extension, I have a lot to do in this regard, and I am thankful to the organizers for providing me the opportunity. Then I have one suggestion, sir. In the whatever the speakers you have selected, they are all very highly talented and they are very knowledgeable person in their field. But you should have selected one or two persons from horticulture background, and especially from especially those who have worked on biofortification of different fruits and vegetables, and under minor fruits. There are a lot of opportunities in minor fruits also. That is only my suggestion, sir. You should have included one faculty from horticulture to address this zero hunger, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vijay. We were having one professor for biofortification, a specialist in biofortification. Probably two speakers who spoke on biofortification. Yes. Any other?
Sir, there is one more assistant professor from the Division of Fish Nutrition and Biochemistry, Faculty of Fisheries, Rangil, Dr. Kamkabal Sabha. Dr. Sabha, please unmute yourself. Pampuri sir.
No, he can raise her hand, please. Can he raise her hand, please?
Sabha, you just raise your hand.
Kaukaba is there?
So Sabha, in the name of Sabha.
In the name of Sabha?
Yes, sir.
Only Sabha?
Only Sabha, sir, maybe.
Okay, but I am not finding her over here. Can you please? Sabha Siddiqui? Is it Sabha Siddiqui?
No, just her name is only Sabha.
Sabha, I am not getting Sabha over here.
So meanwhile, we will get back to her, sir. There is one more participant, Dr. Sheikh Firdos. He's working as a scientist in ICAR, ARS scientist. So he has raised his hand for his feedback. So please just unmute Dr. Sheikh Firdos Ahmed.
Okay. Sheikh Firdos, yes, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Honorable VC sir and Azim Alam sir, Associate Director Research and Science, other dignitaries of present in the meeting. Very good evening, sir. I'm really thankful and congratulations to the organizers and the whole SCOST family for organizing this training program on a hot and burning topic, that is achieving zero hunger by 2030, the critical role of agriculture and allied sectors. As Zahur sir went through all the topics that were delivered throughout this training program, but I want to share a feedback, like the topics, the speakers, they went through from hardcore science to policy making, from agriculture to allied sectors to livestock, and then from policy makers to management persons. There were lectures from there, and we had national and international speakers from international and national areas. Then nothing was compromised with anything with respect to speakers, with respect to discipline, with respect to overall aspects of carrying out this training program. And in fact, regular feedback was taken from the participants, and in fact, we had a few participants sharing their views on the topic of this training. So overall, it was really a good experience and a good learning curve that we had. And I want to thank once again the organizers and the whole SCOST fraternity and congratulate them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Any other Fozia?
So Dr. Sabha has not yet raised her hand. So maybe proceed. So there is no one participant who has raised her or his hand right now.
Many have raised their hand, but
yes,
I don't.
Right now, sir, Dr. Muhi ma'am has raised a hand. So please just unmute her.
Yes, Dr. Muhi.
Sir,
Yes.
am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you. In the name of Allah, Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected dignitaries, and Zuhur Pampuri, sir, good evening and Assalamu alaikum to all. I am Dr. Mohi, Associate Professor, Division of Clinical Veterinary Medicine, SCOST K. I take this opportunity on behalf of the participants to sincerely congratulate Dr. Zuhur Pampuri, sir, and his team on the success of this training program. It was very well organized, well balanced, and had a very topical agenda. The training program was very organized. It was organized in terms of being logistically very well organized and in terms of its contents. And sir, I once again congratulate you on the high level of organization and professionalism, which made it possible to gather so many experts from all over the globe. The speakers were all highly respected professionals, and the debates after every lecture were dynamic. I believe that this opinion is shared by most of the participants. I wish you and your team successes in your further future endeavors and accomplishments. An excellent and commendable job by you and your team, sir. Allah bless you and Allah bless us all. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your praiseworthy words. Thanks. If there is none, can you, Fuzia?
Sir, Dr. Dilruba Haseen, Associate Professor from Division of Physiology, has raised her hand. So please.
She wants to speak something. Yes, Dr. Haseen, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable VC Sir of SQUASK and Coordinator of NAHEF for providing us this great opportunity to undergo this web series program for 10 days at cozy atmosphere at our home during this pandemic. Again, I would like to thank our respected course director for giving us this opportunity to participate in such a fabulous, wonderful webinar series program. It was a fruitful, stimulating, and enriching time for me, and I think for my other participants also, to hear a great or informative lecture of speakers from all around the world. The webinar was very enjoyable and very relevant, and congratulations our course director, sir, for your commendable efforts for organizing a successful webinar training program. At last, I would like to thank other co-organizers of this program and other members of the organizing committee for organizing such a brilliant webinar series. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Haseen. Fuzia, over to you.
Sir, there is one more candidate we'd like to take, that one more participant, Sabah Siddiqui.
Sabah Siddiqui.
Yes, sir. He has raised her hand.
I will have to look for her. Sabah Siddiqui has raised her hand.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Okay. You can you unmute yourself, please? Sabah, can you unmute yourself? Sabah.
Yes, I have unmuted. Am I audible, sir?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Sure. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening to all of you. I'm speaking from Lucknow, from Integral University. And I'm working as head of the Department of Agriculture at Integral University. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the beautiful organization and for being very particular about each and every session. That was actually very informative. And we all were actually enriched. Thank you for, it was a very good team working on. So it was, I mean, most of the time I see that we're not sticking on time, it is taking time. But this time, I mean, I was really happy that we had a very good lectures and it was very informative. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Sabah. Yes, Fozia.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to, I request Dr. Ejaz Jar, sir, who is the co-coordinator of this training program, Zero Hunger 2030, would like to share their views on this training program. So, sir, please just unmute Dr. Ejaz, sir.
Yes, Ejaz, can you unmute yourself, please? Dr. Ejaz, can you unmute yourself? He is not responding to my calls. Ejaz, are you there? Ejaz, am I audible to you? Yes, Ejaz, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Yes, as usual, your network is
Okay,
poor.
okay. No, no. Basically, I had joined from two mobile. One is
Okay,
on the laptop and other is.
you please put off one.
Okay, sir. Okay, I will surely. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and very good evening to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, SCOS Kashmir, dignitaries and dear participants of this training program. I, Ajaz Dar, course coordinator of this training program on virtual platform, feel very immensely pleased to say that by Almighty's blessings, we have conducted this 10 days training program very successfully. Sir, it was basically non-COVID and COVID-19 movement restrictions that made me feel the pangs of hunger. And equally satisfying were the little efforts me and my colleagues in our locality did to address those people to alleviate their pain. There I realized the importance of sensitization come awareness program and decided to have one such in the university. I really, the support, guidance and encouragement from the head of the institution, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, is praiseworthy and exceptional, sir. Sir, the support from worthy Dean Faculty of Veterinary Sciences has been very encouraging despite being outside the faculty. Sponsorship from NEHAP is highly appreciable and acknowledged. Sir, the patronage, time and efforts of the course director, sir, Professor Zahure Pampuri, sir, has been simply superb and unparalleled. The best ever course director I have seen so far in my life, sir. I am equally thankful to my other colleagues who made this training program a great success. But my dear participants, the training program is over officially and formally, but now the responsibility lies on our shoulders. And I, as a course coordinator, I, as a member of the scientific fraternity, look forward for contributions in whatever capacity and within the affordable levels from all my colleagues across the states towards achieving zero hunger by 2030 through agriculture and allied sectors. So lastly, I would like to pray for the extended leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for making SCOS Kashmir a center of excellence in extension, research, and teaching domains. I thank you all and wish that this program has taught us a lesson that we will try to do and practice in our future life, in our future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajaz. Thanks a lot. Here, Fozia,
Yes, sir.
what's your next program? Please go ahead.
So actually, I was looking in the participants whether our Professor Nazir Ahmad Ganai sir and Mushtaq sir has joined the meeting yet or not. But they have not joined the meeting yet. So I'd like to now call Dr. Azmat Alam sir if they like to speak few words to grace this occasion. We will be really thankful to you, sir, if you will, sir, unmute Azmat Alam, sir, and hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
So
Okay,
because
okay. Professor Azmat Alam, may you please unmute yourself? May you unmute yourself, please? Yes.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Kashmir, other dignitaries in the program and the participants of this 10 days program on zero hunger. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all the organizers, right from the Honorable Vice Chancellor to the all organizing committee for organizing such a wonderful training program. And then जैसे हम कहते हैं सोने पे सुहागा, the summarization which Professor Pampuri has done in his report. He has, we call it as samandar ko kuze mein, that fill a whole sea into a cup. He has done that part and for us, and he has summarized the whole training program so nicely. So it was really, I was not the participant of the training, but I was there almost in all the lectures. The choice of the speakers and then on time start of the training program. There was no that we had a program for 10 a.m. and then up to 10:30 we are nowhere. It was not like that. It was the program is on 10 that you must have observed today also in this valedictory function. Exactly at 6 this started. This is again praiseworthy. So congrats to the whole team of Dr. Pampuri, the team leader, as well as his whole team who have been able to organize this training program so nicely. I also extend thanks to all the speakers, high profile speakers from all over the globe he has been able to get. Thanks to all those speakers who have spared their time and have shared their valuable experiences and views with us. I also thank the participants also. It is because of the participants that we were able to organize this training program. Thanks. I hope it has been very, very useful. And as Ajaz has just now, it has given us an added responsibility that in our domain, whatsoever we can do to achieve this target of zero hunger by 2030, even a small thing, a small step we can do, and all these steps, all these drops will then together they will make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Azmat. Definitely, I just salute you and I appreciate your presence in all our lectures, despite not being the participant. I salute you for that. That's your dedication, that's your commitment to the profession and whatnot. Fozia, what's your next program?
So now it's my humble request, and I cordially invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor.
I want to intervene
Yes,
over
sir.
here before we formally invite our professor, our wonderful Vice Chancellor. We have with us Professor B.S. Prakash. Sir, Prakash sir, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, you can put your video on also. Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, we have this time with us Professor B.S. Prakash, my teacher, my mentor, and ADG Animal Sciences, ex-ADG Animal Sciences. Basically, he was one of the speakers, and we were discussing about pastoralism in case of livestock. And then at that time, he had detailed those things there. And at the same time, Professor Prakash, since he is there in the ICR campus in that with the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, they have some program, they have some project. They want that let SUKOS take part in that. And I said, I am very much pleased if we can be of any, help to that project. And I request Professor Prakash to be here in this valedictory function so that he can directly communicate with our Honorable Vice Chancellor on that subject. So Professor Prakash, can you please detail us about that?
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and all the dignitaries of this valedictory function. Basically, when I made this presentation, this was one of the aspects when I discussed that when we talk about livestock, there is an ancient tradition which we are following, which we refer to as migratory pastoralism. That is, the animals are always on the move. Along with them, the pastoralists are going from one place to the other, and they traverse several states and travel as far as thousands of kilometers for an annual migration program or for a seasonal migration of 4 months duration, and twice a year, so we make it about 8 months. And during this time, they take their animals along wherever there are water bodies, and you have the availability of fodder, green fodder. the animals feed on them, and they are always on the move. So the advantage to the government and to the country is that this traditional pastoralism is generating wealth on the move. With zero inputs, you're creating wealth in the sense that you have sheep as well as goats and the other two minor ruminants, that is camels and the yak. Now, as far as cattle and buffaloes are concerned, these are also being handled by pastoralists, but due to the excellent interventions of the government of India, most of the schemes which are presently uh, in the government, they are taking care of the large ruminants. Whereas these minor ruminants, I call them minor ruminants because they include the small ruminants as well as camel and yak. Now these have essentially remained a little bit untouched. And what we need is that since these are taken care of by the pastoralists, we want to revive, or we intend to revive this ancient tradition in our country. And for that purpose, the National Rainfed Area Authority, where I am working, we initiated a program with the help of FAO, and we have taken up uh, uh, an area in Rajasthan. It's called Lunkar and Sar, and on 4 locations, we would like to have developmental activities as far as improvement of common property resources. Then we have improvement of water bodies and building up more wells. And at the same time, we would like that these animals, when they're on the move, and the pastoralists, where they are staying, they should have a kind of a common facility center where they can stay, bring their animals, and there can be sharing facilities, and at the same time training to the pastoralists. And so there are concrete structures to be built. So similarly, for the training, we would like to give them a passport in which all their details are available and they don't have any difficulty when they are taking their animals from state to state. And we would like to empower these pastoralists because they all come from ethnic groups and castes. And based on these ethnic groups and castes, these pastoralists have been taking care of these animals over centuries. Now it is necessary even for the government, because we should understand that we don't have enough fodder for all our 535 million livestock, and we are falling short by about 40%. So obviously, if we try to sedentarize these animals, then it's going to be a huge problem for our country, and the pastoralists will lose their ancient traditional knowledge. And if you sedentarize them, you would also need feed and fodder for these animals, which we do not possess. And so we need to develop and we need to encourage this ancient tradition of pastoralism without sedentarizing all our pastoralists. So it is in this context that after we have initiated this program with an NGO, that is Uttar Rajasthan Milk Union Limited. It's called Urmul Setu, and they have taken it up, and FAO has very kindly agreed to fund some amount, but through convergence, government schemes and others, we would like that the Urmul Setu also gets funds from the other sources. And they are also taking the help of the corporate social responsibilities, which the private agencies have to put in some money for the welfare of the people. So even they are coming forward. And in fact, Selco and HDFC Bank and Azim Premji and so on, they're all willing to contribute in this noble venture. And in fact, we would also like to inform you that there is a plan to have what you call solar utilization for the functioning of the two common facility centers. These are concrete buildings with several rooms, toilets, kitchen, etc., where the pastoralists can stay, and they can also cook for themselves, as well as there'll be some caretaker to take care of the entire structure. So this will be located in, we have got about 92 hectares in, they are located in 4 locations in about 130 kilometers. We have got 4 locations. It's not a huge project, but we have initiated this in order to demonstrate to the rest of the country that it is possible to help out, and we would like that this needs to be replicated in other parts also. Then we decided that, having done this, we decided to convey our thoughts to the Animal Husbandry Secretary and the Department of Animal Husbandry. So we had a video conferencing on that issue, and the presentation was made by our Honorable CEO, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, and he, after the presentation, he said that we need to support pastoralism through an integrated pastoral development program, which should be prepared with the assistance of animal husbandry. And after the presentation, the Secretary Animal Husbandry was very forthcoming, and he says, yes, this aspect has been missing in our activities, and we would like to support it. And therefore, he in fact ventured on to say that you are doing a study on horizontal migration. We would also like you to carry out one pilot study on a vertical migration, that is from in the mountains or in the higher regions of our northern states, maybe the union territories of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, and then as well as Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and so on. So once this was approved, now it is only in the initial phases, and I'm trying to explore from where I can get the support. If SCOAST is agreeing for this, then maybe we can have more discussions as and when this particular aspect is going to come up, because obviously I have to, the task will be entrusted to me to ensure and to try and crystallize this whole program. I'm in touch with other sources also, but basically what we need is, if SCOAST can do it and take up the responsibility and assign an NGO under them to carry out this developmental activity, it would be a really good scenario, and they can locate. What we need is a migratory route, which either sheep or goats. You have the Chantang goats of in the higher reaches, which are very useful, and from the commercial angle, they produce the fiber, which we also refer to as cashmere fiber, which is exported, and also the pashmina fiber, which comes from these goats. And these are very valuable. But what is now presently happening is that there is no organized setup. So maybe this was just a thought which came to me, and we can, if our Honorable Vice Chancellor agrees, then I can sort of, when the time comes, I can also discuss it in my, with our chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for this information, and I salute your favor and your concern. Thank you a lot. We will get the response from our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Let us see what our and this convener is telling over here. Fozia, what's your program?
So sorry to interrupt you here. Sir, I like to welcome Dr. Nazir Ahmed Ganai, sir. Professor Nazir Ahmed Ganai, sir, has joined us. So, so you just unmute, sir, and I like to welcome him, sir. Hello, am I audible, sir? Pampuri, sir?
Just a minute, please. Just a minute. I will. Yes, yes. I am just unmuting Professor Nazir. Please, can you unmute yourself, please? Yes, you
Yeah,
are there.
no, yeah,
Yes.
I am unmute now. Yeah.
Yes, you are there.
Thank
Sir,
you, Dr.
so sorry to interrupt you. My salutations and really a heart welcome to Professor Nazir Ahmed Ganai sir, who is the Director Planning and Monitoring and the sponsor of this training program, NAHEP, and the Principal Scientist. Sir, I welcome you here in this valedictory function of 10 days training program, which was on Zero Hunger by 2030 and titled Critical Role of Agriculture and Allied Sectors, sponsored by NAHEP SCOST-K. Sir, I welcome you on this occasion. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Fauzi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Pampuri, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Sir, now I would like to welcome and now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Professor Nazir Ahmed, sir, just to grace this occasion with a few words on this Zero Hunger. So please say a few words on this occasion, on this valedictory function, on this 10 days training program.
Hello, Fauzia.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I believe that before Vice Chancellor Saab would come in, I would just have some few comments about this program and how it has been going, so
yes,
that before we Saab would come in to give their expert opinion, please.
Most welcome, sir. Most welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you. Because Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, I was a bit late. I was caught somewhere else. Sorry for that. But then I just managed to be here with you this evening. Our chief guest, our Vice Chancellor Saab, our own Dr. Amal Madan Saab, I was just seeing that they are also here and they have joined us. And our teacher, Dr. B.S. Prakash Saab, he has been my teacher at NDRI. I believe Dean Saab must be there. The organizers, Dr. Pampuri Saab, his course coordinator, Dr. Ajaz Ahmed Dar Saab. I believe many faculty members and head sub-regions are also there, and the participants. Assalamu alaikum and namaskar and good evening to all of you. In fact, I'm very pleased to be part of this session, though I have joined quite lately. This session was a 10 days journey. You know, I was just watching it from a distance of creating awareness, learning lessons, and brainstorming on the issues of combating hunger, which is a collective goal of all the member states of the United Nations. I am even more happy and elated that the issue of this international dimensions is being debated at SCOST Kashmir, sir, a place otherwise known for its political dimensions rather than the developmental ones, which we always see. So this such big issue is being debated in here at Kashmir, sir. I congratulate Dr. Zuhur Ahmed Pampuri and his associate, Dr. Ajaz Ahmed Dar, for conceiving this good idea of creating a platform of inviting the world leaders to debate on the burning issue of how to combat hunger. My special appreciation to Dr. Pampuri and Dr. Ajaz for being open to the change. I remember the first draft, which was put to me by Dr. Ajaz, I believe a couple of months before, and final draft and the structure of the program, which we have witnessed during these 10 days program, with experts, speakers drawn from across the group. There is a very sea change. And it has all happened because I would just keep on interacting with Ajaz and Dr. Zuhur at the inceptual stage. So it was very nicely structured program and drawing experts from around the world. I am sure that this must have been a great learning experience for the team and also for the Dean Saab, who had also joined us very recently, the faculty. Otherwise, the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences was a bit lagging behind than other entities of the university. VC Saab, our Dr. Zuhur Pampuri deserves some special appreciation for this second program from the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences, because he has, I believe this is the second program of international level which he is conducting from the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences. The first one he did was about climate change. And I believe that time Dr. Amal Madan Saab were also our lead expert in that program. I congratulate Dean Saab for his encouragement to the organizers. I also congratulate our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, with whose efforts and backing, SCOST Kashmir is now emerging as the most active and vibrant university, despite having been through very tough times in the region. As a reflection of that vibrancy which Honorable Vice Chancellor has brought to us, I would cite a few examples and stories. For information of all the trainees who are there and for the information of our guests, of Dr. Madan Saab and Dr. Prakash Saab, sir, concurrently, our teachers and scientists are undergoing a number of leadership and capacity building programs from institutions within and outside of the India. I feel proud to say that 51 teachers from our university are undergoing 100 days leadership program at Ross School of Business in Michigan University, one of the top institutions in corporate leadership training programs. I'm also pleased to say that 150 teachers of ours are undergoing capacity building program in the use of ICT for online teaching. And this program is happening at two places. One program is managed by Dr. Azmat Alam Khan with Smart Series. It is a Bangalore-based company. And another program is being managed by Mudassar Kirmani. And in his program, there are some 120 teachers, and half of them are from outside of this coast, Kashmir. I believe that 10 teachers, two from each faculty, from our university shall be soon joining a 4 months innovation and entrepreneurship program with the Western Sydney University, Australia. 12 teachers who are already nominated for the international training program are waiting for the lifting of the curve on the international travel. And recently, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has given us a go-ahead for calling applications from our faculty, wherein we are planning to depute 40 teachers for the international training. Similarly, we had the highest number of student development programs in the country during this lockdown period. And I believe that very recently, 3 big programs have happened in the last couple of weeks only. And one of the program was about rigging the concept of genetics. It attracted almost 700 students from across country. Similarly, one another program was managed by Dr. Rehana Kant. It was about weed science and the changing agrarian landscape. And that attracted around 800 candidates nationally and internationally. Some 15 or 20 were from other countries around the world. And I believe that program was attended by the lead experts in weed science and in agronomy from the country. And one another program is going. It is about future smart crops for food and nutrition security. And this program has attracted 1,500 students. Though, of course, we have accommodated only 500 or less, but then 1,500 students from across the country would show their interest in that program. I would also say that 70 of our students are undergoing 3 months business development program with the Lemon School of Business. It is a Pune-based company. And 60 students of ours would be soon joining a 4 months innovation and entrepreneurship program with the Western Sydney University. If our Honorable Vice Chancellor is at the back of all of these programs, I would say that our faculty from across the university deserve a big appreciation, because all of us together have made it that we want to just take Coast Kashmir to the top 5 universities in the country. And this is one of the goals which we have set, I believe, at the beginning of this program. So this was a bit on the lighter side of this program. I would just talk something a bit serious business about all the programs which we are doing. The valedictory functions are normally considered to mark the successful completion of the programs and for the award ceremonies, for the felicitations, for the appreciations to all those who have contributed to it. And it is rightly so. We do congratulate and felicitate the way I have been, or the Vice Chancellor would also be felicitating all those who have contributed or helped in organizing such a very good program. But I would argue here that this valedictory function as the beginning of the long journey and not the end of it. Normally, we believe that we have 10, 15 days, 3 weeks program, and at the end of the program, we celebrated that everything has happened smooth, so therefore we stop it. But I say that this is not the end of the journey, this is the beginning of the long journey. During the training program, we have invited some of the top and the leading experts from around the country and the world. I congratulate and appreciate the efforts of Dr. Zahoor Ahmed Pampuri. All of those experts have shared their best experiences, very rich data, and also their expert views about how can we combat hunger. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, let me say that more than me or our Honorable Vice Chancellor, all of the trainees who have gone through this 10 days program are now charged with lots of data and information. You are also more aware, I mean about the trainees, more aware about the issues confronting food and nutrition security. And you also know lots about the information about the ranking of India on that global hunger index or the human development index. I believe lots of the data must have been shared by the experts. But what I say, this is only partially. This is what all the data which you have gathered is partially intended out of this program. All the objectives of this is part of that program. The real question from here is, what should be the outcome of this program, which shall guide us towards mitigating hunger? I may remind Dr. Zahoor Ahmed Pampuri and his associate, Dr. Ejaz Ahmed Dar, of the same, which we discussed with them at the conceptual stage of the program, that if we are going to have this kind of a program, what should be the outcomes of this and such programs for the university? Dr. Zahoor Pampuri, I would repeat the same today, and I would request you to please note what I believe should be the outcomes of these very good programs which you have arranged, and I believe that other teachers from other faculties of the university are also doing. I would say that, rather I would believe the first outcome should be proceedings of this program in the form of an edited book. The book could be something like Achieving maybe Zero Hunger Policies and Programs, which we can publish through elsewhere or some other, the publishing houses, because it is the right time to collate the rich data and the information which has been shared by the experts with us, because that book shall serve as a reference guide for us for the future. The second outcome, please note it, should be a policy note from the organizers, especially Dr. Zahoor Ahmed Pampuri and Dr. Ejaz Ahmed Dar, because you have conceptualized this program from the very beginning, and then you have been so closely associated with it, and you have heard all the experts. And that policy note shall define, or rather should define, the role of the university, the extension agencies, I mean the developmental departments like animal, sheep, husbandry, etc., and the government. And I would also say the financial institutions in playing their part in combating hunger. And the third outcome should be, because we have received so many number of presentations which are with you, we must build an e-resource on this training, including a YouTube channel to broadcast all the lectures, because that will serve as a resource for lifelong learning. Dr. Zahoor, the fourth, I believe, could be a feedback from every participant. And that feedback should be less about the training program. I mean, less about how Dr. Zahoor has conducted this training program. It should be more about their learning outcomes, what they have learned, and how do they assess their role. Because you have put tremendous efforts. You have brought so many number of experts from around the country and around the world. We believe that all the trainees must have assessed their role in the university. And I believe that our Honorable Vice Chancellor would always keep on reminding us all that we must at least ask some few simple questions to us as to who we are, where we are, and what far we are. So this training program must have given us some idea about those answers to those questions. That feedback is very important. And the fifth should be one, because a lot of information has been shared. If I am to write a program or a project tomorrow, if I don't know the information, I cannot write a convincing program or a project to a funding agency. But now, because you have invited so many experts from around the world, I would say that with that information, every participant must start developing a concept of an R&D project. That is one for every participant. And for Dr. Zahoor and Dr. Ejaz, I would say that you two must each develop 2 projects, because lot of energy and lot of information you have. And one small thing I would say here, that we also give the certificates to the participants, but these must go to those who have regularly attended the program and those who will give you the feedback about their role in building the capacity of the university, because that will help you understand how serious the participants were. Because the participants would be, getting the certificates and then almost, and of course, producing it to the adding to their CV. But we wish that with this kind of an arrangement, they start thinking that how can they help to build the capacity of the university. This is especially I wanted to just speak about these outcomes. And I believe that Dr. Zahoor, Dr. Ejaz, and your team and Dr. Pal Sahab, together, you will see that you will set an example in the university, an example for other coordinators of the programs who shall fall in the same line. And I believe that I have said it for Dr. Rihanna Habib Khan. I believe that she is also somewhere here. She had a very good program, and then she is also working on the same lines. And I believe Dr. Ejaz Ahmed Malik, who is just doing that program on vegetable sciences, he has been also said so. And Dr. Asif Shikari, who had that program, he would be also. So with all, we shall continue our journey to realize these outcomes and shall not stop to invite the decline of the university, of the society, working in the realization of such kind of abilities. I congratulate one and all. I thank Honorable Vice Chancellor for sparing his time with us this evening. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nazir. I'm grateful to you that you have spared your time and you have detailed all the requisites out of this program. So for information of the House, yes, it's in our mind that we will have a booklet out of all those lectures, and I'm very thankful to my all speakers. They have shared their write-ups with me, so it will be inshallah done. About the policy note, probably in the few slides at my start, I shared some of the information with the House and with the chief guest of this function. I have summarized some of the way forward for mitigating this hunger. It will come, inshallah. It will be there. And then as far as feedback of from the participants, yes, initially at the initial stage of this training program, they were well informed, and we had at that time taken feedback, what we named as pre-training feedback. We have given a Google forum some questions, what they know about this hunger and all that. Then at the end of this training, today itself, we again circulated a Google form that was post-training feedback, again with some questions, whether they have what they have learned out of this training program about the hunger. So that feedback has been received by us in terms of, you can say, as an evaluation. And then as far as your other, the certificate should go only to the participants. Yes, that has already been communicated to our participants in the very beginning, that 75% this attendance is must. Whosoever has the 75% attendance in all the lectures, 21 lectures, he will be given the certificate, or he is entitled to the certificate of this training program, and rest not. And in that direction, we have already notified the attendance in mid of this training program by 6th day, who circulated the training, the attendance of the participants in their group. That was a transparent there. So this is something which we have already taken, and the more we will take care of that. Thank you, Professor Nazir. Over to Fozia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Nazir Ahmed, who is the chief guest for today's function, to enlighten us about their ideas on training program on Zero Hunger to 2030 and share their words of wisdom with us and with the participants. Please, sir. Over to you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Pampuri, sir.
You please, yes, 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 sir, yes, sir, yes.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzia. And in fact, it is indeed really happy moment for me, especially after hearing from our the participant, particularly the feedback which I got from the participants, and also the about the training from Dr. Pampuri and also from Dr. Ejaz, and of course Dr. Ganai has given a detailed note of how the university is moving. And thank you very much. It's a great, I think I congratulate the organizer, particularly the Dr. Pampuri, Dr. Ejaz and his entire team and the Dean Faculty of Veterinary Sciences, and sponsored by, more importantly, our PIIDP Professor Ganai Saab under National Agriculture Higher Education Project. So the all very good things have happened in this particular 10 days training program in achieving zero hunger by 2030. What I could see from the beginning, I was just going through, but in fact, really I feel sorry I could not attend some of your the inaugural function also, and the lectures which have been delivered by so great high profile speakers from the entire world. So congratulations, Dr. Pampuri, for mobilizing such eminent personalities for delivering such a important, the presentation on important topic.
My pleasure,
So,
sir. Your wishes.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I am so overwhelmed with especially thanks to Dr. Siddiqui from Western Sydney University and Professor Nafis and Professor Mal Madan, Professor Srivastava, and so many the scores of peoples you have indicated. And really now, just now I heard about Dr. Professor B.S. Prakash, and you are telling about Dr. Zulfikar Bhutto Saab, then Joseph George, and our Rao from even the NARM, Nitya Raoji, and you have used not only the scientific fraternity, even the policy makers. So this is the great thing I think I am finding in our training programs. And really earlier also you had arranged one more training program earlier, and that is on the particularly on the climate change, abiotic stress related aspect in agriculture and livestock sector. This is absolutely the achieving zero hunger by 2030. That is really the need of the hour. Not only the India is it is the need for India, but the entire world, particularly the developing country. What we are seeing, and it is the main goal of even the UN member states also. So they are all now concerned about the challenge we are going to face and will be facing. And even the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, predicts that even the agriculture productivity in the world will sustain the growing population up to 2030. But still millions of people in developing country will starve out of food and remain hungry due to food shortage. This is a really a big task, how to overcome this hunger and how to achieve the zero hunger. I am sure whoever, the important speakers who might have delivered the lecture on various topics covering agriculture, animal husbandry, livestock, even in the horticulture. Of course, there were some feedback in the horticulture. There was less, I think, not many lectures were there. But anyway, agriculture includes horticulture also. So anyway, that matter might have been accommodated in your some of the lectures. But I am sure they might have given the way forward to how to achieve the zero hunger. Dr. Professor Nazir Ahmad Ganai has, very rightly pointed out, we have to now bring the compendium or the book in the form of book, and also a policy paper. Policy paper, that paper can be even sent to the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India also, and to our the UT, Union Territory, our J&K Union Territory, for how we people can move forward in achieving zero hunger in our respective regions. This is very important. Of course, we all know we got a very good feedback from most of our colleagues. It was excellently, it was excellent, and the timing and all, you had really maintained it, and it was really very informative, and all speakers they have told about. But here, because Professor B.S. Prakash has already indicated several things, I am really happy. Dr. Professor Prakash, if you are hearing, and definitely what you intend, university definitely will take up, and we will come up and kindly give us an opportunity. We will discuss. Separately we can come together on, say, online, on virtual mode only. We can come together. Even Dr. Dalwai is, I know him well. We can even discuss with Dr. Dalwai, and the traditional pastoralism, whatever you call. So this is really opportunity for we people also, because you know a lot of such migration of livestock is going on in J&K. And we are, of course, facing a lot of problem, particularly the degradation of the pasture, which is already going on, and the condition of even the rearers, whatever the people who are associated with the rearing of these animals, they have certain problems. Definitely, as you said, you are coming up with some project. You along with some NGOs, you wanted to have such projects over at our place also, and definitely we will be very glad to collaborate and work on these some of these issues to solve the problem of this livestock farmers, particularly the migratory livestock populations. And
Thank you, sir.
Definitely we will be doing it, and of course we'll have a separate meeting on that. But definitely what I feel as a rain-fed and be having very small and marginal farms. The output from the agriculture, the income from the agriculture is now day by day, it is cost of cultivation is increasing. The returns from agriculture is now getting declined. For that, I think a massive mission program the government of India has started for doubling farmers' income. And at the same time, we wanted to give them the income security, employment security, and the livelihood security to our population. Of course, there is a big task ahead, not only for food and fuel, but even the feed and fodder for the animals is again a big challenge. before us. The nutritional security, the healthcare, the social and economic security, the conservation of now the biodiversity is again and our natural sources. This is again, it has put us by the way now the things are happening that requires the serious concern and conservation also. And then we have to achieve, if you really want to achieve the zero hunger, I think we have to have policies, and we have to increase our production productivity, and the ways and means we have to work out, and we have to chalk out our roadmap without affecting much on the our ecology or the our environment. I think we have to feed the growing population. But definitely, I will not take, but because a lot of people might have given you a lot of information on how we have to move forward in future to achieve the zero hunger. I'm sure the Dr. Pampuri might have noted down. He has already given some in his introductory lecture. You have already pointed out what are the gaps and how to overcome those gaps. I think if those things are seriously, if you take up those issues, I am sure, and I am seeing, and around 100 participants, I think probably they are participating in this training program from different parts of the country. And probably, I don't know about whether you had some foreign members also in this training, but I am sure they might have got. But now the job is, so what you have learned, what you have grasped, what you have, seen from the experts' opinion, you might have already, grasp those things, what they have told. But only thing is now we people have to now chalk out our own program, how best from our side, from individual side, from the organization side, from the, and the entire country, how we will come up in solving and achieving hunger and overcoming the malnutrition and the malnourishment and so on. I think a lot of, speaker might have already given, but I don't want to take much of your time. But I'm really thankful to all the speakers on behalf of the university, especially, not only from the organizers, but on behalf of the university, on my own behalf. So I thank all the lead speakers. And Professor Madan Sahab, whenever we are asking, you are there. So we are highly thankful to you. And all other speakers, the foreign speakers and our own speakers from our country people, they have, I think they came forward and they have delivered lectures. Highly thankful on my behalf and on behalf of the university. And especially, I want to thank our director planning, the Professor Ganai. Of course, the university, we initiated this IDP, Institution Development Plan, under National Agriculture Higher Education Project. So, and the COVID-19, this has given rather provided an opportunity for doing such a wonderful thing. It would have been very difficult to call people and deliver lectures at one place, and by utilizing digital media, on virtual mode, we are able to collect people from all over the world. And already he has pointed out how so many dozens of programs we conducted in this university, involving thousands of, students and the staff, not only within the country, but also from outside the country also. So many people, we are doing it under this program, and also we are sending our capacity development program, wonderful capacity development program, not only for our teachers, but also for the students is also going on. So in that way, we are doing well under that project, and I think our aim is the university is moving forward, And this is all because of the wonderful, the staff, both the teaching and non-teaching staff we have, and we are able to conduct such events so successfully and involving everybody. So especially for Faculty of Veterinary Sciences, particularly the Division of Veterinary Physiology, I want to thank and really I feel I am on a virtual mode. Otherwise, I would have given you a big hug, Dr. Pampuri. And so,
Thank you, sir, so much. You are going to
it is such a wonderful, really, after seeing all the progress, the way you have done, the way the pre-post evaluation, and the way you have summarized it, and really you need a lot of appreciation, and my appreciation to you, and also Dr. Ejaz, who gave this wonderful idea. And he wrote to me, I think before it came to you, I think he was discussing, and he had sent a WhatsApp message. He said we wanted to do such type of, webinar. And Dr. Ejaz, and congratulations to you also for thinking, and Dr. Azmat, and Dr. Paul, and Dr. Ganay, and all other, and Dr. Fauzia, and all other colleagues who delivered, who participated, who collaborated in our this wonderful program. I don't have a word to appreciate this one. But anyway, it's all my big heart goes to all of you in congratulating for concluding such a wonderful program in our university. And it's a great achievement for the university, because not only we people are, not only we are hearing, even the other the scientists from other parts of the country, the other parts, they are also hearing, and they have already given the feedback regarding the how best and how the way you have conducted. So I don't want to take much time, and I am highly thankful to all the speakers, and especially my all senior colleagues, Professor Madan, Professor Srivastav, and Professor Malik, Professor Rao, and all other foreign colleagues, to all of you, and all the participants who really, I think, enjoyed this 10 days training program. And congratulations to all of you for being with us from the last 10 days, and giving opportunity to view how university, our SCOST is doing. With this, I thank each and everybody. Allah Hafiz. So Khuda Hafiz. Thank
Allah
you.
Hafiz.
Over to you, Fozia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the word of appreciation to each and every person. So we are really thankful. It's around 7:35 still. You are with us, sparing your time since half an hour. So we are really thankful for your all words of wisdom towards our participants, faculty, and to the organizing committee. Thank you, sir. Stay blessed, sir. Have a great day ahead, sir. Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pampuri, sir.
Before we end this meeting, I just want to place on record my all gratitude to the team members, Professor Rehana, Professor Zuhur, Dr. Ejaz, Dr. Fauzia, Dr. Hina Hamdani, and then Dr. Ejaz, and one more.
Dr. Javed.
Javed, yes, Dr. Javed. So I am personally, I am very grateful to them through all these 10 days. They have been with me, and it was a teamwork, and all debited to Honorable Vice Chancellor of the SCOST. There's no doubt in that. I am really humbled and really indebted to the personality. He has been with us for now more than an hour. And again, all thanks to Professor B.S. Prakash, Professor Madan. Professor Madan is with us, I think, from 3 p.m. So a lot of time he has spent with us.
आपने उनको अनम्यूट में करेंगे तो उनसे कुछ बट एनीवे
मैं कोशिश कर रहा था लेकिन पता नहीं साहब नहीं कर रहे हैं.
अच्छा अच्छा
मदान सर अगर आप अनम्यूट करेंगे तो.
नहीं चलिए ठीक है.
Okay. So all my thanks to all the participants, and they have been with us, and it's great to see good end to this meeting now, to this training program. Stay all blessed and stay safe. Thank you all and one and all.
Yes, just 1 minute, Dr. Pampuri.
Yes, sir.
Can I speak for 1 minute?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Sir, please.
Yes. Yeah, first of all, let me compliment you on an excellent program which you have conducted. And what I would like to add here is that we have 3 generations, Guru, Shishya, and his Shishya. That is Dr. Madan, myself, and my student, Dr. Pampuri.
Yes.
So all 3 of us are present today.
Yes,
this is something very unique.
Yes, sir. This is really very
and therefore, that is one aspect of it. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Dr. Madan. Wherever you are, I hope we'll be able to converse and continue to receive your inputs continuously. Sir, also before I end, I would also like to thank you, sir, VC sir, and we would like to be
Thank you.
Yes, we would like to stay in touch. Maybe you can also discuss with Dr. Dalwai. He's aware about all this, and in case you can meet him, or whenever you meet him, or you can talk to him.
Sure.
And yes, because this is now a very live issue. That is why we want that it should. The government has for the first time come up with this idea that
very nice.
It has come up from the animal husbandry department itself, that they would like to fund it. So therefore, I reached out to Dr. Pampuri and through him to you, sir. So therefore, let us hope that we are in a position to develop such a program. It is still only yesterday I came to know about it. So therefore, you're the first person to receive it.
So nice of you. And Prakash, definitely whatever you have told, and definitely I will talk to Dr. Dalwai also. And of course, again, he is from he is our junior colleague, Dr. Dalwai. And he was in the university. We are from the same university.
Yeah. Karnataka, is it?
Yeah, Karnataka.
Yes.
Sure. I will be taking up, definitely.
Very nice, sir. So nice. Wish you all the best.
Over to Hina.
And also,
Hina.
Yes, sir. Over to you. Hina, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fawzia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, this is Hina Hamdani, Assistant Professor, Livestock Production and Management. Honorable Vice Chancellor, SCOST Kashmir, Professor Nazir Ahmed. Esteemed Director Planning and Monitoring, Professor Nazir Ahmed Ganai. Our special guests, Professor M.L. Madan and Professor B.S. Prakash. Respected Associate Director, Professor Azmat Alam Khan. Faculty members, dignitaries, guests, and their participants. Assalamu alaikum and good evening to all of you. As we come to an end of the valedictory function of this training program, I take this opportunity to pose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. I express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nazir Ahmed, for sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion by his august presence. Sir, we are truly grateful to you for your constant encouragement and inspiration. We all know this program has been organized by Faculty of Veterinary Sciences and Animal Husbandry in collaboration with FVSc&AH. I am thankful to Professor Nazir Ahmed Ganai, Director Planning and Monitoring and PI of this prestigious IDP-NAHEP project for all his support and incredible guidance today and always. Professor Muhammad Ashraf Pal, Dean Faculty of Veterinary Sciences, has been instrumental in the conduct of this program. I heartily thank him for providing all the help and guidance to ensure the smooth conduct of this training program. I also thank Professor M.L. Madan and Professor B.S. Prakash for being a part of this virtual function today. I'm grateful to Professor Azmat Alam Khan, Associate Director Research, for backing the organizing team throughout this training program. I express my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers for sparing their time and sharing their knowledge and experience with us. Listening to them has really been an intellectual treat for all of us. I shall fail in my duties if I do not acknowledge the tremendous efforts put in by the course director, Professor Zahur Ahmed Pampuri, in organizing this training program at such a grand level. Inviting the experts of high repute across the globe to managing the online sessions himself, Sir has left no stone unturned in making this training program a success. My vocabulary fails me to appreciate you, Sir, to a level that you deserve. The chat box is full of appreciations for you. I also thank the course coordinator, Dr. Ijaz Ahmed Dar, for conceiving this idea and all his efforts. Thanks is also due to other members of the organizing committee, which include Professor Rehana Habib Kant, Professor Zahur Ahmed Dar, Dr. Javed Farooq, and Dr. Fozia Shah for their contributions in successful conduct of this training program. And last but not the least, I from the core of my heart express gratitude towards all the respected participants from across the country for adding color to this training program. It has really been a pleasure for having all of you with us for last 10 days. I congratulate you for successful completion of this training program and wish you the best for your future endeavors. I once again thank everyone and wish one and all good health. Stay safe, stay blessed. Shab khair.
Shabbat. Allah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, one and all.
Thank you.